Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the regular City Commission meeting of November 16th, 2021. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes. Mayor Betty Resch,
Here.
Vice Mayor Herman Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Sarah Maliga,
Present.
Commissioner Christopher McVoy,
Here.
Commissioner Kimberly Stokes.
Here. Thank you. The invocation will be read by, be made by Vice Mayor Herman Robinson.
May our efforts be blessed with insight, guided by understanding and wisdom. We seek to serve with respect for all. May our personal faith give us strength to act honestly and well in all matters before us. Amen.
Thank you. Amen. The Pledge of Allegiance will be read by Commissioner McVoy. Read is not the right word.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Read, not read.
We knew what you meant.
It's been a long day.
Let's say let go.
I did say that. I wasn't reading it. Madam Clerk, are there any additions and deletions?
Yes, we have two additions this evening. New business J, a discussion regarding the advisory boards, and new business K, discussion regarding property at 821 South Dixie were added to the agenda and posted on the website.
They were. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So that's an addition. Anything else? Any deletions from the dais? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Vote passes 5-0. And we have a House Appropriations update by Richard Pinsky. And I see he's up on the board.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, for the opportunity. I looked earlier today at your agenda, which looks quite full. So I then went through some slides and took some slides out to try to hone in on what I think is the most important. So assuming you can see that screen okay, yes?
Nope.
Nope,
Oh, how can I share my screen?
I don't know. We have people.
Wait a sec, did you give me that capability, share screen?
You should have it. On the bottom under your name,
Yep.
it should say share screen.
There we go.
Great.
You have that?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, very good. So just what I did want to make sure that, because we do have new council members, and for any of the folks that happen to be in the commission chamber right now, we do have a new chairman of the Palm Beach County Legislative Delegation who happens to be one of our state reps, one of 3 state reps that represent Lake Worth Beach. Senator Lori Berman highlighted is our senator, and of course, Representative Omari Hardy and Representative Joe Casello are our delegation representatives for Lake Worth Beach. Upcoming dates this week, as soon as we complete, they expected to finish tomorrow on the special session that we're in the middle of right now. The next committee week, and the only committee week left between now and the beginning of session, will be the week of November 29th through December 3rd. That will be probably the first week where they actually start hearing policy bills. There may be some appropriation requests heard that week as well. Session begins on January 11th. And just for note, you may want to mark your calendar that January 10th and 11th is Palm Beach County Day, the evening of the 10th and 11th for those that may want to travel. And also, I think we've got a few folks that are now on our council that are active or becoming active in the League of Cities, which is a good thing. And the legislative action days for the League of Cities is going to be February 8th and 9th. And then hopefully, fingers crossed, session ends on March 12th, and it should end on time. I'm not going to spend any time, I just want to, you can't even probably read it, it's so small, but there are probably about 45 bills that we are currently tracking on behalf of Lake Worth Beach. These all go in a folder. Typically, we will communicate with you during session with the mayor, the city manager, over what are priority issues. We do everything from energy bills. We have a utility, so we track all the utility issues, preemption bills, and the like. The League of Cities has a priority alert out right now. We work very closely with the League of Cities lobby team, and you may or may not have heard about these bills. Again, this was not the object of tonight, so I don't want to spend a lot of time, but particularly the two bills that you see, House Bill 403 and House Bill 280. These are the bills that would have far-reaching impact on our local government, that it would allow the presumption, the burden of proof on the city to show that an ordinance, current ordinance, not even prospective, but current ordinances have no or de minimis impact upon businesses. There's no definition of business in the bill. Again, I don't want to take a lot of time, but there is the potential financial impact to the league and to all the cities within the league, as well as Lake Worth Beach, is you can't even conceive, or we can put an estimate on it. So right now, the league is giving everybody assignments like myself on who to begin talking to and how to see where we have some room for amendments. Again, happy to go over. There's a business damage bills about then if the businesses do get hurt, they have a cause of action against the city. However, for tonight's agenda item, we do have some requests that are in. We have submitted as of yesterday, and thank you to your staff for getting this done so quickly and at the last minute. They did a great job. We are putting in for legislative requests for the 10th Avenue and 13th Avenue North stormwater upgrades. It is a $700,000 project. We're going to be asking for $350,000 match, half of that from the state, and Rep. Caruso and Senator Berman are carrying those member project requests for us. Also, Parrot Cove, the resiliency project is in there. That is a $900,000 project. And again, we're asking for 50% match, $450,000. And again, Rep. Caruso and Senator Berman. Tomorrow is the deadline to get the projects in. So really today was the day to get the request in to the members so they could get it in the system by tomorrow. And your acting city manager, Juan Ruiz, did a yeoman's job in getting it in under the wire today for the swimming pool and aquatic center. I believe that project is a much larger project. It's a 12 million, but to ask for $6 million as a match would be it would be a non-starter. So we've pared that down to a $3 million ask and a $3 million match. But anything we get towards that, of course, will be much appreciated. In the meantime, there is a Resilient Florida grant program that you may be familiar. Some of you may be remember these two projects from last session that were in the South Palm Park and the Eden Place. They didn't do a lot of funding of water projects last year, and they were trying to direct all the cities to submit in the new Resilient Florida grant program. The deadline was September 1st. So we took the two projects from last session and turned them into grant projects. So we're still in play. Both of them are 50% match of $300,000 and $300,000. They're both $600,000 projects. And with that, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have or any of the members may have.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the work that you do. I have a question regarding some of the House bills and Senate bills that we've talked about are just It's like they just want to take our power away. It's like the state hates us. So I'm wondering, and I know you mentioned that there are different assignments for, the legislative thing. I'm wondering if perhaps, and we spoke about this, I think, at our agenda meeting last week, if there's anything that we can do, and I mean, we're just a small little city, but if there's anything that we can do in terms of a resolution in opposition, that maybe we could get the ball started just around the cities, just to let them know in Tallahassee, that this is just not acceptable to us. They're trying to kill us. So I wondered from you if that would be helpful or either advisable or not advisable. Would it hurt? Or would it help?
It would certainly not hurt. The help is in the eye of the beholder. Many times, and where it would help would be our Palm Beach County delegation, except for, without calling anybody out, there may be one, maybe two members of our delegation. But for the most part, the Palm Beach County legislative delegation is usually pretty much in solidarity against all the assault on local government bills. But typically the resolutions help, and many local governments do it, to help their delegation understand and also have some backup, some political cover of why a delegation member may have to oppose a particular chairman's bill or member's bill or a leadership bill, that they can point to a resolution to say, listen, my constituents feel pretty strongly about this. They passed a resolution, and that gives them a reason, not that they should need a reason for good public policy, but that it helps to the members as far as their talking points and how they present themselves to their colleagues of why they may not be comfortable supporting a particular measure. As far as hurting, I don't see how it can hurt at all. You're expressing your policymakers, and you're expressing what you feel is adverse to your policymaking, and it's perfectly in order.
Could I have consensus among the commission to talk to our city, or to have our city attorney do a resolution in opposition to those bills?
Yes,
Yes.
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 I have a question too about,
Sure, of course.
can it be coupled with some sort of petition or not? We were talking about the entire part of our city, I think, east of Federal is in Mike Caruso's district. If he knows the people in his district are paying attention and are on board, it might, that you could not, the five of us represent the city, but to know that the people are actually paying attention that live in here and
The citizens,
yeah.
the voters.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have no problem with that at all. If somebody wants to, and that could be not even a city thing, but just like somebody start a petition.
Right, we could go through the neighborhoods
Yeah.
all along the coast.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I also wanted to say that Representative Silvers is also backing the appropriations for the pool and the casino building.
Oh, great. Thank
It's
you.
nice to have one on each side of the
It
fence
is.
fighting for us.
Let's get some cash for this. Cool.
Yes, and to that point, if you don't mind, excuse me, interrupting, a member has to put the request in. So in speaking to Rep. Silver's aide and Rep. Crusoe's aide, I believe Rep. Silvers is going to be a prime co-sponsor. That's a stronger position than just a co-sponsor. So the bill will read by Caruso and Silvers, but Representative Caruso's office will actually submit it, because they're not going to hold hands and walk down and submit it together. So somebody submits it, and then the other member signs on as what they call a prime co-sponsor, which shows a solidarity that two members are together on the bill.
Fabulous.
Thank you very much. I can't express how important that one about the business and the harm to the business. How do you even start with that one? Thank you very much, Mr. Pinsky. Do I see a hand up?
Just quickly, I know, but do you see on the bigger picture, the federal money that Florida can get, do you see a problem in accepting it as in
Councilman Robinson, I love you.
in the past?
Like I said, it's a long agenda. Yes, I see a problem with the Florida leadership accepting any gift horse from the federal government. We're dealing with that with mandates right now. We dealt with it last session on healthcare dollars. There will always be an issue as long as we have a Republican governor and a Democratic president in the strings that they perceive as being attached to any federal dollars. So there,
Thank you.
do I
That
see
was
a
your
problem?
phrase.
There will always be a problem.
I love you, Herman. Thank you very much, Mr. Pinsky. Really, we do appreciate having a voice up in Tallahassee, because it's a long, far drive for us. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much. Go back to
Okay,
work.
thank you. Bye-bye.
Go get 'em.
Take care. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, now we have a presentation by Rich Raphael, President of the Mango Groves Neighborhood Association.
Or we move as fast as I can here.
So if you can unmask, I've been here, I'm getting feedback that it's hard for people to hear us speaking, so I think we need to.
So the slides were uploaded to.
But you need to talk closer to the mic so that people out there can hear.
There you go.
And
Oh,
there's-
is Alfonso in the chamber?
No,
I'm sorry? No?
The presentation's on the laptop.
And, okay. Aaron to the rescue.
Aaron's got it.
Thank you, Erin. I'm sorry. Next time I'll make sure it's on the desktop.
I see Alfonso to the rescue. He's coming in to rescue Aaron.
You're getting a lot of help here.
Mango Groves.
Yeah.
What happened to a Sharpie and 4 squares? Here's the pictures. Flip the chart. Moving
Very
on.
modern, very technological now. The next 3 are paper, so. Nope, that's probably not it.
Who did you give it to? Lisa?
We'll get there.
Melissa?
Yes, it's presentation A on the iDrive in tonight's meeting. Says, I could always share my screen if you want. I'm sorry, it's presentation B, Mango Groves.
And then what folder?
She said iDrive.
It's commission meeting presentations like it always is, and there's one for each meeting.
Go back out, Fonzo, go down.
Interesting to see
Commission
your
meeting
city at work.
presentations. 2021. 9/11/16. Mango Groves.
There you go,
you go.
7 clicks later, there we are.
like magic. Thank you.
Harry Houdini.
There we go.
Perfect. Well, the Mango Grove, you test your clicker and see. Okay. Has it been working? Test here. You'll run it for you.
Well, now you just killed it.
There you go.
He'll do it.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so Mango Grove appreciates the opportunity to invite you into our neighborhood. I'm Rich Raphael, the president of the Mango Grove Neighborhood Association. Our motto, good neighbors, make great neighborhoods, sets the stage for who we are and what we are about. We're at 0.31 square miles, that's according to the Lake Worth Beach GIS. We're located inside the Northeast Lucerne Historical District. We're the largest component of that historical district, which also, by the way, includes the Parrot Cove neighborhood. Oops. There we go. We're governed by the documents you see here. Articles of incorporation were filed in Tallahassee in 2002. And they point to the bylaws for our daily operations. An annual report is submitted every year to Tallahassee to retain our not-for-profit status with the state of Florida. We've had a couple of major improvements this year. First, we amended and restated our bylaws to bring it current with 2021 technology and communications. We've also revised the logo you see here. So this may be the last time you see our old blue logo.
I love the old logo.
We've started creating a profile of what Mango Grove neighborhood comprises. We're more than just a collection of residences. We're businesses,
large, small, in between. Where churches, hotels, motels, inns, medical services, places to eat and drink, and schools. For arts, with murals, for cottages, he says, described by the cottages of Lake Worth. We are not yet, but we want to be parks. There is the Tiger Territory Garden that is often used as being our park, and unfortunately, it is a wonderful asset, but it's run by a nonprofit, Soul and Soil, and it sits on school property. It's not open on a daily basis, and it has no recreation facilities. Some people would like to see if we get that changed. Not with that particular resource, but get a park. We use our general meetings and social media as a way to keep neighbors informed. Our meetings are open. We post them with the city clerk so that it permits free and open exchange of information. If we have 2 or more commissioners that attend. In the pandemic, we were meeting through Zoom, but we're now back to in-person meetings. We meet every 3rd Wednesday of the month. Our next meeting is tomorrow, 7 o'clock at the Beach Club. And our meetings typically include a briefing by PBSO about crime in the area and what can be done to help mitigate crime, to help deter crime. We usually have guest speakers. And also as a pilot effort, one of our directors has been attending all commission meetings and as many advisory board meetings as possible and briefs the membership, distills the information down to briefs the membership on high points of these various meetings. Idea is to get people more interested in what's going on with the city commission. The association helps facilitate the resolution of neighbors' concerns by being able to engage the correct city department. And we do appreciate the city's response to this. Whenever we reach out, we usually get a very positive response. And one of our directors has been participating in the Palm Beach County Policing Forum and Lake Worth Beach Dialogue. We strive to keep our neighborhood safe by our interaction with PBSO, but both at the general meetings and also at the PBSO monthly security liaison meetings. And we've been working with SWA and Healthy Lake Worth as we strive to keep our neighborhood trash free. A major initiative this year was neighborhood cleanup. We've had major cleanup drives culminating in adopt-a spots, whereby individual neighbors stewarded 2-block area of their choosing. And so far this year, we have collected over 1.5 tons of trash. Some artifacts from our major cleanups on Earth Day. We got kids involved, both in their art and also in their participation, obviously with their parents there as well, now cleaning our neighborhood. The NAPC has initiated a monthly Neighbor Helping Neighbor cleanup program under the leadership of Ramsey McLeod. On September 18th this year, a number of neighbors joined Mango Grove to collect trash, which included bulk items. A few days after we did our collection, the city was there to pick it up and move it away. And the hand-drawn map you see there is all that really takes to divide the neighborhood into 2-block segments so neighbors can pitch in to help keep Mango Grove clean. We've been supporting organizations who are dedicated to helping others. This type of support we feel is important to the community. Another major initiative was concerned for the health and safety of citizens from the risk of cyanobacteria in Lake Worth Lagoon stemming from blue-green algae released from Lake Okeechobee through Canal 51. We urge the city to be a major player with other organizations involved in managing the discharges. And a very positive first step was the city posting caution signs at locations where citizens might interact with lagoon waters. However, the underlying problem has not gone away. The last sampling, which was November 12th, by the Lake Worth waterkeeper, shows the quality of the water at Spillway Park and boat ramp is still poor. And I understand the LOSUM, which is the Lake Okeechobee System Operators Manual, decision was supposed to be announced today. but I haven't heard what it is. So what's next on the horizon for us? Well, the mango grove, we hope to map the mango trees in our area. Continued inventory, maybe, finalize our inventory of the businesses and other resources. Increase our membership. And one of the things I did not really remember to include was participating in the December 11th Santa Parade.
Yeah, I just heard about that.
So wrapping up, the Lake Worth Beach Strategic Mission Statement acknowledges that Lake Worth Beach is a city of neighborhoods, and the mission statement defines what this means. Pillar 2 of the strategic plan calls to strengthen Lake Worth Beach as a community of neighborhoods. And there are areas where mango groves can contribute to this plan. Specifically, we could continue crime reduction and prevention to achieve a safe, livable, and friendly community. Help preserve the character and protect historic resources. Collaborate with schools. And in the future, we can deliver sustainable indoor and outdoor leisure opportunities, parks, and open spaces. With that said, I'd like to thank you for your time. I started by inviting you into our neighborhood. I hope you enjoyed the tour.
Yeah, that's, thank you very much. That's a great presentation.
Positivity, I love
Yeah, really, it's like, oh, how refreshing. When are your meetings?
Our meetings are the third Wednesday of each month. And we're hoping to finally, like, we've been in different restaurants. Beach Club looks like it's promising. We're going to be meeting tomorrow at nearby the Tiki Hut. We try to stay outdoors if we can,
At the beach club, the Tiki,
but at the Beach Club, yes.
Weather's beautiful for it.
really. I spend as much time there as I can. It's just- Thank you very much. That is a very well organized. I'm a member of the Downtown Jewel, and you guys are way organized. We have a bad reputation, but thank you so much. And this is the kind of thing that makes, if everybody did this. One thing that I've been getting a lot of feedback, and I just want to put this out there for everybody. I get feedback, we all get feedback from citizens about how to spread the word about different things, how to keep people informed about what's going on. And it's hard. I mean, we struggle with it because we've got the website, but that's, so one thing I'm going to ask the NAPC, and I'll talk to Craig about, is how can we somehow increase and improve the communication in our neighborhoods? Because it's very frustrating. People will say, I never heard about that. I'm saying, well, you have to check the agendas, check the packets, but a little extra would be helpful. So maybe that's something that your very well organized group could help us with.
Madam Mayor, Lauren Bennett and Craig Frost and Ryan are working on it already. On having at the NAPC meeting this month, they said that they're going to start sharing all the community stuff to Lauren and asking Lauren to share the stuff with the city.
Yeah.
To spread it out so that it's.
And people need to look at the website. I mean, it's not the easiest to.
Or next door,
improving it,
Instagram,
but,
or.
I mean, you have to look it up. You have to do a little homework. Thank you so much, Mr. Raphael, very much.
Thank you.
And thank you all the neighborhood associations for this past Sunday with the bike drive and the party in the park. It was wonderful. Thank you so much.
You did a great day. The weather was great.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, now our next is a proclamation recognizing 2021 Transgender Day of Remembrance, and Commissioner Maliga is going to be reading this one.
I am, with much appreciation and thanks for being able to do this. I just want to bring to light that as of today, we've had 46 transgender people in our United States. This is not worldwide, but just in the US that have been killed. And that's because of the hate and the hate that's driven through people. And the media helps feed that, right? I asked the mayor to read this because I have a niece who's transgender who lives in San Diego. And I have a genuine concern for her health and well-being every time she travels somewhere. So this is something that's near and dear to my heart. And Julie is here from Compass, Julie Murphy and Rex, I think, are here to accept both proclamations on behalf of Compass. So with further ado, the City of Lake Worth Beach. Whereas we take this day to remember transgender people who died as a result of anti-transgender violence. And whereas today and every day we must respect transgender rights and acknowledge the discrimination, violence, and challenges transgender people face. And whereas transgender people are our family members, friends, neighbors, and coworkers who we need to support and accept. And whereas the City of Lake Worth Beach is at the forefront of efforts to eliminate transphobia and homophobia while empowering individuals and communities to stand up against hatred, intolerance, and discrimination. And whereas one of the most diverse cities in the world, we have an obligation to create a city that is inclusive for all. And whereas on this solemn day, we want to let all residents of Lake Worth Beach stand with transgendered people, their children, parents, family members, friends, and partners. And we commit to working towards transgendered rights and safety. Now, she, Betty Rush, the mayor of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in her on the behalf of the city commission, do hereby proclaim November 20th, 2021 as Transgender Day of Remembrance.
Thank you. You want to present it?
You want to wait till you're.
Oh, of course, okay. The next one, we have a proclamation regarding Small Business Day. Does anybody want to read this besides me? Chris? Why not?
Why not? Huh? Proclamation, whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. And whereas according to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 31.7 million small businesses in the United States, which represent 99.7% of firms with paid employees and are responsible for 65.1% of net new jobs created from 2000 to 2019. Whereas small businesses employ 47% of the employees in the private sector in the United States, 88% of US consumers feel a personal commitment to support small businesses in the wake of the pandemic. And 92% of small business owners have pivoted the way they conduct business to remain open during the pandemic. And whereas 97% of small business Saturday shoppers recognize the impact they can make by shopping small, 85% of whom also encourage friends and families to do so. And whereas 56% of shoppers reported they shopped online with a small business on Small Business Saturday in 2020, and more than 50% of consumers who reported shopping small endorsed a local business on social media or shopped at a local business because of a social media recommendation. And whereas the city of Lake Worth Beach supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. And whereas advocacy groups, as well as public and private organizations across the country, have endorsed the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now, therefore, Betty Resch, mayor of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by the virtue of the authority vested in her and on behalf of the city commission, do hereby proclaim Saturday, November 27, 2021 as Small Business Day, and urge the residents of our community and communities across the country to support small businesses and merchants on Small Business Saturday and throughout the year. In wherever I have here unto set my hand across the seal of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be fixed this 16th day of November 2021.
Thank you. Thank you. So that means everybody in this room on the 27th
No pressure.
of November, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, go downtown and buy something, even if you don't need it. Buy a Christmas present. Seriously, we all know retail was starting to get hit by the malls. Some of us remember Lake Worth before the malls hit, boom, there went the little businesses. Now we've got COVID that we're dealing with. Our small businesses downtown are struggling and they need your support. So go buy somebody a present. Thank you.
Buy yourself a present.
Buy yourself a present. I'm not, I think of other people. It's good we'll get along up here. I love it. Okay, the next one, the final presentation I'm going to read, and it's dear to me. It's regarding World AIDS Day. Being of a certain age, I was around when people started dying and nobody knew what it was. And it was the gay cancer and it was scary and horrible, horrible time. Lost half of my friends. So this is my personal proclamation from the commission. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has changed our world immeasurably and COVID-19 lockdowns and other restrictions disrupted HIV testing and in many countries led to steep drops in diagnosis and referrals to HIV treatment. And whereas worldwide, an estimated 37.7 million people are living with HIV and an estimated 1.5 million new infections occurred in 2020, which is an estimated 4,100 new infections every day. And whereas worldwide, 16% of people infected don't know their status, and only 73% of persons with HIV are currently accessing life-saving and antiviral therapy. Whereas the global spread of HIV infection and AIDS necessitates a worldwide effort to increase communication, education, and action to stop the spread of HIV. And whereas the Joint United Nations Program on HIV/AIDS observes December 1 each year as World AIDS Day and leads and inspires the world to achieve its shared vision of zero new HIV infections, zero discrimination, and zero AIDS-related deaths. And whereas the 95-95-95 ambitious global plan to help end the AIDS epidemic has set its targets for 2030, that 95% of all people with AIDS will know their HIV status, 95% of all people diagnosed with HIV will receive standard therapy, and 95% of all people receiving ART, the therapy, will have viral suppression. And whereas the World AIDS Day theme in the United States for 2021 is ending the HIV epidemic, equitable access, everyone's voice. And whereas in Palm Beach County, more than 8,200 persons are living with HIV, and the Palm Beach County HIV Community Prevention Partnership and the Palm Beach County HIV Care Council, through its partners, are working together to renew HIV/AIDS awareness and to expand and strengthen the local effort to stop the spread of HIV in Palm Beach County on World AIDS Day. Now, therefore, I, Betty Resch, Mayor of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, by virtue of the authority vested in me and on behalf of the City Commission, do hereby proclaim December 1st, 2021 as World AIDS Day, and urge all residents of the City of Lake Worth Beach to take part in activities and observances designed to increase awareness and understanding of HIV/AIDS as a global challenge, and urge residents to join the global effort to prevent the further spread of HIV/AIDS. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida to be affixed this first day of December 2021. And I believe our folks from Compass are here.
Yep.
And I think there's a World's AIDS Day Compass program. Why doesn't one of you just real quick, go up to the microphone, real quick, go up to the microphone, just tell folks what's going on that day.
Don't be shy.
Somebody just go up there.
Come on, Julia, you got this.
Julie can do that.
They love to put me on the spot. Thank you all for having us. I'm Julia Murphy from Compass Community Center. First, I would like to say Transgender Day Remembrance, our celebration and Day of Resiliency will be this Friday, 5 to 7. And then World AIDS Day, we will have the World AIDS quilt hanging at Compass on December 1st. And you are open, will be reception and to come read the names of people that have passed away from HIV and AIDS.
What time on the 1st, did you say?
Oh my gosh. I think it's 5 o'clock, but I'll confirm.
How long will the quilt be there?
It will be from the 1st to the 14th.
Okay, if anyone, if people have not listening out there, gone to Compass to see that what they do is they cut up pieces of the AIDS, the different blocks, and you walk through aisles and aisles of these quilts made by people that lost their friends and relatives. And it is just, I mean, it's mind bending.
It's a walk through memorial.
It's amazing. I mean, every time I do it, I cry. I just can't help myself. So we have the 2 proclamations to give to you.
Come down.
Yeah, of course.
I appreciate
I want to be shy.
Our mayor's not shy.
I'm pretending to be shy.
6 to 8.
6 to 8.
For the World AIDS Day, and then 5 to 7 for Transgender Day Remembrance. And then
Maybe
for the-
7 to 7 and then, yeah. Your technology and photographer. This is Kate. That's amazing. You can see it with your eyes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the work that
Thank
you
you.
do.
I appreciate it.
See you soon.
See you
Friday.
See you Friday.
You don't want to stay for the rest? Come on.
No, I'm good.
You're passing,
now.
but pretty exciting.
For the fun.
Thank you very much, everybody. Next, we have Commissioner Liaison reports and comments, and let's start with Commissioner Maliga today.
I will keep it short because as we've been talking about, our agenda is a little heavy. The NAPC Thanksgiving Day Food Drive was a huge success this Sunday. $1,621 was raised for our 6 schools and over 1,800 pounds of food. So that was a great turnout. Thank you for all who donated, who contributed, who came out. I went and I was a guest speaker at this month's Rotary Luncheon at the back of the Old Groves, which I can't remember the name of right now. And they have generously agreed to donate funds for Memorial Park and the playground equipment that we need. So Christian and the Rotary is going to work it out with Lauren to see how much we can get. And the big thing is tomorrow, there's a crime walk for Royal Point Sienna Neighborhood Association. Thank you, Captain Bear, for hearing our cry out. And it will be at 5 p.m. at Our Savior Lutheran Church, is where we will leave from. So please, everyone listening, please come out, support us. A crime walk is only as effective as how many people you have out, reaching out to the neighbors and showing them that we're here, we're a voice and we're a force. So tomorrow, 5 p.m., Our Savior Lutheran.
Commissioner McBoyd.
Short and sweet.
Just thank you to staff for the bonfire at the beach. It was great, good turnout and it was very nice, great weather. And the fire was appreciated, it was cool enough. Wonderful dedication on Saturday of the new, what should we call it? Mural, it's not really a mural, it's a
Oh,
mosaic.
God, the mosaics.
They called it a mural, yeah.
The ceramic dedication to Jewel, our original part of the city, down at the south end of Bryant Park. That was great. Thank you to Melissa Cohn, our city clerk. She has changed slightly our process on minutes. The minutes, as soon as she has them turned into action minutes with timestamps relating to the videos, she will post them. So they will go up fairly quickly after meetings, and then after we approve them, they will be marked or indicated as approved, but they'll be available quickly. So thank you to Melissa on that. Spillway Park, I would like to encourage our commission, Spillway Park and the boat lift project. I would like to encourage our commission to think about at some point all going up there in a publicly noticed gathering and have a look. I was quite alarmed to receive pictures and word from some residents that there are surveyors out there surveying where that boat lift would be. I checked with the city, I checked with Water Management, the South Florida Water Management District. Both of them said, we know nothing, we're not involved. So I don't know who's doing it, but we have not approved anything. So I think it's kind of strange that somebody would be surveying. And that's enough for now.
So you're saying all of us go up there? I mean, I think,
At some point, we should go have a look. I did
when
this
is it
with
coming back?
Field trip.
publicly noticed.
When, Madam Clerk, is this back on the agenda on a certain date?
Not yet, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, no, I don't think that's a bad idea at all.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes?
Oh,
there
man.
might be some sunshine law issues that we have to talk through with before we do a field trip.
Can we publicly notice it and take notes?
There's always that you have to be, everything that's said has to be audible and accessible.
Accessible.
Should speak loudly.
That's the key you run into with field trips and sunshine law.
We use a bullhorn.
ADA.
I mean, it's accessible. We can notice it. It doesn't have to be recorded, but minutes have to be taken.
We don't even have to speak. We could just go up there and take it all in. I mean,
I maybe have people,
Then we would need a sunshine law meeting if everybody wanted to just go take a look at it.
that's what I think we're talking about is, oh, no, we're talking about having a sunshine law meeting. I mean, yeah, sunshine, a sunny field trip. Okay.
We can talk through that, but there are some
logistics.
Lawyers are always so,
Hey, listen, that's your
you
money.
just got trouble. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, Commissioner Stokes.
I wasn't planning on saying anything because I know we have a packed agenda as well, but I did enjoy our Veterans Day parade, the mural dedication, the food drive. I appreciate the Electric Utility Board reaching out to me and I think others to try to get a better idea of what we all want out of our conservation program. So those are a few of the things that were good.
Thank you.
Last couple weeks.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Just briefly, the mural was mentioned, the thanks to the historic Ed Brownstein and all of his work that he does for the city. This beautiful mural is in Bryant Park and we don't have a naming policy yet, but looking forward to the Fanny and James family being recognized in Bryant Park. Again, NAPC was mentioned, and the important part about this food collection money is it's going to the schools directly to affect a lot of families that are honestly undocumented and need help. The docs, I mentioned it under agenda review, and hopefully we'll talk about those in the future. Right now, there's a half a dozen boats taking advantage of our free parking. Free parking doesn't exist anywhere. And under the library, I want to mention that it is open and a beautiful facility, and from Tuesday to Saturday from 12:30 to 5:30. Citizen input in cleanliness is important. The city itself does a lot of work every day, and when it's not done every day, it's going to have to be done every day. And you got to give credit to the attempts for doing it every day. Our city needs to be clean. We need to respect our city property. Look forward to the consent items for the library, and also for the recognition of the income from our parking. And I'm going to say that the high cost of free parking has to be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to keep it brief. I will echo everything that everybody said about the mural and everything else. It's amazing. And when we see the neighborhoods come together and work for a positive project, it's just so heartening. It's wonderful. I have just two big, there's a bike drive. I've shared it on Facebook. There's a bike drive. You can donate money to buy. Every year we have a bike giveaway for kids, and it's a big deal. And we've done it now for many years. And if you have a couple extra dollars, every little bit helps. You can donate online. And I forget who that's sponsored by, the city, I believe.
Kiwanis put a GoFundMe up.
Kiwanis was the GoFundMe. Okay, so I've contributed and I encourage everyone else to. Also, we just had our first agenda review meeting, which we're limiting to an hour. It could go on for the whole day if we wanted it to, but we are trying to limit ourselves to an hour. And for myself, I found it very interesting because it's the only chance that we get to talk about things coming up that we spend a lot of time up here. We get criticized for having long meetings from time to time. And I just want to say, this is really, except for the agenda meetings for an hour, this is the only time that we get to talk. And these are important things. And it's very boring to listen to other people talk about stuff, but please bear with us because this is just what we need to do in order to, effectively be your elected officials. So thank you very much. Moving on. Public participation of non-agenda items and consent agenda. And I have nothing, everyone I have here is 4 items. What's
For later. For later.
Okay, so there's no, what's this for? Oh, I wish people would all say the same thing. I'm just trying, these are all for different things. I'm trying to keep track. Okay, so there's no unagenda items we talked about. Thank you very much.
Does Melissa have any?
I was about to ask.
I was just reminding you.
Well, thank you so much.
That's okay.
Always good to have somebody on my back,
Not on your back, having your back.
at my back.
There's a
on my
difference.
back. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments on non-agenda items?
No, Madam Mayor. In fact, there were no comments submitted on the website, so everything will be done in the chambers this evening.
Not on any subject?
Correct.
Oh,
Moving right along.
moving right along. Okay, but we love the public comments. So approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye,
Aye.
passes 5-0. That's the.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, since everybody was talking at the same time, who made the motion and the second, please?
I think Maliga and McVoy, the M's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll do.
So we have the next one is the approval of the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
Second.
By Commissioner Stokes. Oh, no, the other side of the dais. We're going back and forth. Commissioner Stokes, seconded by Vice Mayor Robinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next, we have public hearings. No, yes,
Yes.
yes. Without this script, I'm just lost. Without public hearings, item A, ordinance number 21-13 and ordinance number 21-14. second readings. Madam City Attorney, would you read that, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance number 2021-13 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive plan, future land use map for a small scale map amendment from the future land use designation of single family residential to the public flu designation on properties generally located at the northwest corner of Barton Road and 16th Avenue South at 1509 Barton Road, 1511 Barton Road, 1515 Barton Road, and 1421 Barton Road, and more fully described in Exhibit A, providing that conflicting ordinances are repealed, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. This is the second reading. Have there been any changes since the first reading? Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a second?
Yes, you do. I would like to make a brief comment, either before or after we vote, doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. Well, would you want to second it?
Yeah.
Okay. We have Commissioner Malik, we're back to the side of the dais. Commissioner Malik and Commissioner McVoy have moved and seconded it. Do I have a vote? All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, all, it's approved unanimously. Commissioner McVoy, what would you like to say?
Just brief comment. It has nothing to do with the changing of the zoning. I obviously voted for it and improve it. I would like perhaps to send a message to the school board to consider best possible use for the community and for the school board of that land now that it's ready to go for them to do so. Perhaps given the housing shortage and the affordability problems, teacher housing might be a possible thing to consider.
Thank you.
Into my comment.
What, housing?
What's that?
Housing, did you say housing?
I did. I mean, I don't.
I just didn't hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's done. Moving right along. First reading of ordinance 21.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, but the two ordinance has had to be approved separately.
Separately. So do I, okay, that was the ordinance.
That was 13. We need 4.
Okay, now do I have a motion to pass ordinance 2020 by Commissioner Stokes? Second by Vice Mayor Robinson. I'm going to get a crooked neck. I love it. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we're done with, okay, 2021-9, first reading, deletion of administrative appeals process to the City Commission for land development decisions. City Attorney, please read the ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2021-09, ordinance of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, removing the city commission as the administrative appellate authority for land development regulation decisions made by the Historic Resources Preservation Board and Planning and Zoning Board, amending Chapter 23, Land Development Regulations, Article 2, Administration, Division 1, Supplemental Regulations, Division 1, Decision Makers, Division 1's Decision Makers, Section 23.2-1, 23.2-7, 23.2-8, and 23.2-9, Division 2, Procedures, Section 23.2-15, 23.2-16, 23.2-17, Division 3, Permits, Section 23.2-27, 23.2-29, 23.2-30, Article 5, Supplemental Regulations, Section 23.5-1 and 23.5-4, providing for severability, the repeal of laws and conflicts, publication and effective date.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We have some,
Read that all over again.
I missed that number in the middle. We have 3 cards on this item, and do we want to have a motion first?
There's no presentation.
Is there a present? Well, we discussed this, you know, we pretty much fully discussed this a couple of months ago, and told them to come back with, we directed staff to come back with the change. Is that for this, Herman? To come back with the change, and this is the change that we asked them to come back with.
So in layman, can you sum this up or dummy it down for people, for me? Please, what this means in English, not with all those numbers.
Sure. So basically, sorry. For the record, Aaron Smith. Basically, what this means is that there are certain processes that can be appealed directly to the city commission. These involve decisions of the advisory boards. And so there are some decisions that when they're made, they already go to court. And there's some decisions that have to come to you first before they can then go to the circuit court.
And the circuit court is where most cities have appeals go directly to circuit court now, because appeals processes have specific legal requirements. They're cumbersome and difficult to manage by staff who are not accustomed to that particular process. The circuit courts are set up to manage these processes, and the bulk of your major decisions already go to circuit court. So, and what we have seen in the recent year is that some of the appeals that came to you ended up in circuit court. So it's lengthening the process and the cost for both the appellant and the applicant on both parties. So specifically, a site plan, something that was just a simple site plan application for a larger property without a plan development, those types of things get approved by the Planning and Zoning Board. Those are now required to be appealed to you. They would then just go directly to circuit court. Now, this would not apply. Sometimes the development review official makes administrative decisions or interpretations of the code. Those appeals would still reside with the advisory boards.
Got it.
Thank you. And one of the reasons that we have public comment, which we'll take, one of the reasons that I support this move is it's a judicial function. By the time something gets to us, there's the facts and there's the law. There's no new facts. So what happens, and was dreadful for us when we first came on. I mean, the first couple of appeals that we had to face were, I had to look at my beloved veterinarian, and so it takes the personality out of it. It takes the political process out of it. It takes, I know a lot of us spent a lot of time talking to people about this appeal, both for and against it. And we are not judges, okay? And it's very important, and I think the city attorney will back me up on this. It's very important for an appeal decision like this to be made solely on the facts and the law, and not emotions, not what your neighbors hate you for. There's repercussions, and this removes it from that agenda, from that venue. It makes it much more objective. It really makes it much more objective. We're not here, we're not judges, okay? So I think, for a long time, it's been done this way. A lot of cities do it with the circuit court, but I think this just is much a cleaner way to do it, takes the politics out of it, and I think gives a more just decision to both the appellate and the appellee. So that's what I have to say. Anybody? Oh, I see a light on. Commissioner Lloyd.
I've thought a lot about this one. I think it might have gotten discussed at the meeting that I recused myself from, and that's why I was perhaps less aware of it, but I think that's the case. I think the perception that I had, and that probably a lot of people in the community have, is we have sort of layers of decision-making in the city with boards like Planning and Zoning and Historic Resources Preservation Board that have quite a bit of legal authority. And I think the perception is, okay, that's great. They're appointed by the commission in one or another fashion. But if something goes a little bit astray in the community, the assumption in the community, and up till recently me, was that you could then bring it to the city commission as a second level of, hey, the community is looking out and trying to balance all the various interests and looking out for the community. And I think the idea that the community could appeal to an elected set of folks has a lot of appeal to it. What I learned, and I agree with that approach or that logic, what I learned in practice gets to a bit of what the mayor just said, that by the time it becomes appeal to us from P&Z or HRPB, it's a quasi-judicial hearing. And we may have XYZ opinions, we may listen to whoever in the community, try to form a very educated opinion, it doesn't matter.
Right.
We're stuck. And I think some of you have watched me be in the meeting, and I probably said some rude things that I probably shouldn't have, because I was extremely frustrated, not knowing how constrained legally we were. Didn't make sense, still doesn't make sense to me, but it's state law, so I don't get a vote on that. I don't know what the right thing to do is. the idea of in-community review by elected officials has a lot of appeal, but if it de facto is sort of kneecapped,
Mhm.
which I think it is, then maybe it's just an extra source of frustration. So that's my understanding. If my understanding is incorrect, I see the attorney nodding her head, so I guess I'm not too far off. But that's what I know about it. I find it an uncomfortable situation.
It definitely, any other, I see Commissioner Robinson trying to hide his light under his.
Under a bushel. I find this decision difficult because I respect the position that we're in to accept facts, and we can't dispute facts. The citizens have a right to an appeal. We are supposed to be more connected to the community in their design of our city. But if it's going to be more efficient to get a decision on an appeal, which is that true, Chris, Mayor?
You'd be the mayor.
Madam Attorney.
Madam Attorney, is that,
That it's
True.
more, it would be more efficient to go straight to circuit court.
yes, and that's why I'm going to have to vote for it.
Commissioner Stokes?
I'm very, very torn, and I know initially that I was very supportive of these changes, because as we've all talked about, it comes to us and we haven't been able to really deny a project or anything moving forward, but what we have been able to do, and this is where I get stuck, and where I've maybe changed since where I was a few months ago, is every project that's come before us, even though we aren't able to give the person appealing it the outcome that they want, we've been able to add conditions to make the project better. So it's a
Sometimes.
really frustrating and hard process, and it does prolong it. And I think we end up being the bad guys because we can't do anything, but people believe that we can because they're like, well, why am I appealing to the commission if they can't do anything?
Right.
But we have been able to add extra conditions. So what that makes me wonder too is, do we need to try to encourage our boards to be the ones adding those extra conditions when it's on their plate, and be able to maybe up our game with scrutiny that's coming before them, because we've tried to add conditions to everything that's come before us to make the projects better.
Sometimes we've been sued, and the funny thing is, we're sued if we pass something, we're sued if we deny
Well,
something.
and then also, if and most of the things have been quality of life issues that we've been so concerned about. So maybe we need to relook at our, we have to go by our code, we have to go by our rules. So if maybe we need to look at how we can strengthen some of that as well, because, we've needed these improvements that we've been able to make through this process.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Robinson?
And I'm going to say we've been discouraged in appearing before the other two boards that are quasi-judicial. And if this passes, then it's going to make it more important that we go to those board meetings. Is that correct? I mean, because we didn't go because we might have had to vote on it in the past. Now we will be able to, and it may be made very important that we present to the boards our opinion and let them base their decision on fact. But I don't want to take the easy way out of separating ourselves from a decision. So what I'm saying,
What are you saying, Mr. Robinson?
it's important that the citizens know that we represent the citizens.
Mhm.
And now in the future, I think it's going to be more incumbent on us to appear in front of P&Z and HRPB.
Well, the thing is, we don't know which ones are going to be appealed. So you'd have to, and I'm not arguing with you, I'm
It's
just,
being appealed to us.
no, but we don't know that they'd be, okay. Excuse me, the planning and zoning, they have their meeting and they make a decision. We don't know if the applicant is going to appeal that decision or not.
But it won't be appealed to us, is that correct?
Correct. If I may, Madam Mayor, to address some.
Do I have a point?
Yes, you have a point.
I didn't want
So to address the issue,
Thank God.
right now, when planning
Usually I
and zoning
do.
and historic makes a decision, right now in our code, the applicant or an affected party has the ability to appeal it administratively to you. Now, that doesn't include the planned developments like Deco Green that come to you as an ordinance where you approve by ordinance, and that's a planned development is where you have that flexibility in the zoning code to do specific things. Burkle Place was also a planned development, but that comes to you as an ordinance, and so that's your quasi.
It's not an appeal, it's our
not-
quasi judicial hearing.
The only thing you hear on an appellate basis right now is once planning and zoning has that authority to make that decision on that development. So yes, if you're concerned that your advisory boards are not adding enough conditions that you feel that the quality of life issues aren't being addressed, then yes, your point is absolutely valid, that maybe you should go see those meetings and see what's going on. Look at your code. Are there additional conditions you want to add into the zoning that P and Z and historic are looking at? Do you want to address advisory board members? Those types of issues are also things to look at if you want to adopt this ordinance and say no more administrative
But
appeal.
we have to do it in a public meeting. We can't go,
You can certainly go and watch planning and zoning, and you
We
can
can speak.
certainly, if it's their decision on the development, you could certainly speak at that meeting. But if it's coming to you for your decision, like a planned development, I would not recommend you.
Like Burkle
speaking.
Place.
Right, I would not recommend you speaking at the advisory board because you're supposed to, at that point, make your decision and the facts presented to you as the ordinance.
The difference being they're not, like, for example, Burkle Place, because it's the most recent one, comes to us not as an appeal, but as part of the quasi judicial process.
Exactly,
The appeals are much more limited.
very limited.
More comes to us for our opinion. The appeals are much, we had, what, 3 or 4, we had a bunch this year. We got hit pretty hard with appeals. So I mean, all these are valid points. All these are valid points. Commissioner McVoy?
Yeah, I wanted to maybe get some clarification. I think the point that Commissioner Stokes made, that although we're quite constrained in what we can decide, that sometimes we've been able to influence things. Are we mixing that up and saying that between the quasi judicial for ordinances on planned developments? And so maybe somebody who has an awesome memory can remind us, have we had any appeals where that happened, that in the discussions and that we were able to perhaps, I mean, I think it's true with the DOCA case that we've had some influence.
Doka, 10th Avenue North.
Right,
Uh,
DOCA, remember now, DOCA, we gave them the opportunity, we split the appeal hearing. Remember, and we gave them the opportunity between the affected party and DOCA to see if they could come to a settlement of their differences. That didn't work out, and so that case was remanded, but the other appeals that you've heard hasn't really gotten into the issue of adding conditions. I think it's primarily, except for DOCA, I think it's primarily those ones that came before you as a planned development, like Burkle Place and Decker
Certainly
Green,
more so,
where
but
you've been
that's
very
separate.
successful in saying, here's some additional conditions, or here's some changes we'd like to see.
The 10th Avenue Apartments, what was it?
Was Bulmar's a planned development or was that?
Which one?
Planned development.
Which one?
Almost everything you've seen has been a planned development. So the only appeals you heard were for DOCA, and I believe it was the 7-Eleven.
Right.
And so it was all the major, anything substantial, anything with a sustainable density bonus is going to come to you as part of a planned development.
Which is our quasi judicial level, non-appeal.
Right, and
Right.
those cases, because you are the decision makers,
Right.
those cases have to then be appealed to circuit court.
Anyway, because,
Anyway,
right.
So the appeals for those cases already lie with the court.
So this year, the only one that really would have to have gone to circuit court would have been DOCA. Straight off.
Straight from planning and zoning,
Right.
correct.
Any others? 10th Avenue North? No, that was a plan.
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven would have gone directly.
Okay,
So the other side of it in terms of thinking, and I think we're all feeling some difficulty of trying to decide what's the best thing for the community and what we should do as elected officials. Obviously, one very big difference is if it comes to us, it doesn't cost the affected parties or the appellant, whatever it is.
Well, there is a fee and there is a lot of staff time involved. So you're talking probably upwards of 60 hours of staff time to prepare an appeal. So there is a cost to the city. There's about a $500 cost to the applicant and then, the appellant. And then there are also the costs of their representation of requiring them to come to an additional appeals hearing beyond the representation. And so they'll have to have representation at the appeal here and then at the appeal at court as well.
So the cost of an appeal of an HRPB or planning and zoning for the city is $500?
It depends on the type of appeal, but for non-residential, I believe it's 500, right? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And what about affected parties? Do they have a cost?
Yes,
Anybody would,
it's a $500 appeal.
which is less than the circuit court,
It's what?
less than the circuit court.
To appeal
To
to us.
appeal.
Yeah, that's my point, is that you have the sense that residents, if they have a concern, they can appeal to people that they've been involved with, they elected them, or at least they heard of them. And the cost is less than appealing to a circuit.
No, the cost to appealing to the circuit court, the filing fee is all you have to pay for circuit court. Now, I don't know how much, I didn't look up when appeal, and to file a divorce is $415. So to file an appeal with the city, because the way the city does fees, essentially, they can't charge extra. What they charge is that $500, whatever it is, represents the estimate of the time that staff is, the hours that staff is using. So if it's $500, it's about the same price to appeal it to us or to appeal to the circuit court. And
We require advertising fees be paid by the appellant. And so it's the $500, the advertising fees, and then any representation that they have. And then they're required to come here before then they can go to court. So they would have to pay for, if they decided to have representation, they'd have to pay for representation here and representation.
if they don't like our decision.
Yes.
Right. And to me, the thing is, we're not judges. And this is just something which has to be so, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when they come to us on an appeal, not on a quasi judicial hearing, when they come to us on an appeal, we can look at the facts and the law and how were the facts applied to the law and vice versa.
Correct.
We can't say, I don't like this project. We can't say, I think it should be taller. And we've been here with a couple that we've had. Well, Doka, they were willing to talk to us a little bit about the height, which was great. But if we pay attention, like every citizen that's interested should pay attention to the agenda and to the backup and look at the historic and look at the planning and zoning and see, oh my, next week there's coming up a big project. And pay attention like we ask our citizens to do. I think that it's homework for us, but I think if we're going to pass this order, I see your hand up and I see your light. I'll be right there. If we have that, then we'll pay more attention to what's coming up before and then if we're not the appellate board, we can go and we can give our opinions. We can say to the planning and zoning board, this is great, but I think that.
Right. I think the biggest problem that in this administrative appeal process that we have is the record is established below at the
Right.
advisory board. So there's no new evidence
Right.
that can be brought to you. And I think that's sometimes where you feel constrained because what often happens is folks may not be paying attention, may have missed the notices, and then all of a sudden they realize this is going on and it's already been through that advisory board and they want to come forward with their thoughts on the project, but you can't take new evidence. And that's that's the biggest constraint. So I think it puts you guys in a bind because there are citizens that come to you, residents that come to you that say, hey, I just found out about this and this is what I know.
And we look like, and then we're the bad guys.
You can't,
And I want to emphasize the importance then, if we're going to kick this, make it easier on ourselves, then we need to take responsibility for, if we want to have input to the boards, it's incumbent on us to actually state our case then. It makes it tremendously more important that we have input to the boards zoning and
Can I speak?
historic.
I'm about to call on you. Yep. I was just waiting for Commissioner Robinson to stop, and now you're there. I was waiting.
So from what I'm hearing, because I'm just taking it all in, it's a much faster process to allow them to go straight to circuit court, because now they have to wait till we can get them on the agenda, which could be 6 weeks. Right? 8 months, 4 months, whatever. So now we're prolonging them being able to go through the court system. You said it's approximately 60 hours of staff?
I would say as a low estimate, depending on the complicated nature, and it also involves, the director, me.
Okay, so just simple math, a $500 filing fee at 60 hours is $8.33. That does not cover our staff time, Eva. So either we need to really increase our fee to offset what it's really costing us, because it sounds to me like that's just bad math. So it's faster if they go through the court. It doesn't, we're not losing money like we are now, and I don't have to try to learn law. I'm in.
Turn off your light. Yeah, now the only, and we're spending a lot of time on this, but it's what we have to do. The only thing that I'm thinking of is, and I agree with Vice Mayor Robinson about, paying more attention. I just said that we need to pay more attention, but how will we know? So here's a hypothetical. I go to the planning and zoning department. They're talking about a project. I'm like, man, what if they should have, more trees, whatever. And I put my 2 cents in, which they'd just be delighted to hear. But then it can still come to us as a quasi judicial, but not an appeal.
Correct. If it's a planned development.
Right.
It's within your purview, and it would have to come for you, and that's when you can work your magic and do like you did on some developments and.
Did she just say we work magic? I
She
like
did.
that.
She did like
Can we get that in quotes? Where's all these quotes when we need them?
So we could still go to the meeting, even if it is if it's going to come to us as a quasi.
You can certainly go and observe the meeting. It's an open meeting and you're welcome to be there. But if it's coming to you as a planned development where you're going to be making the final decision on it,
Okay.
I would not.
So we stay out of planned developments.
Right, I would not recommend speaking at the meeting. Certainly observing and seeing
Okay.
what's going on. But if it's coming to you, then.
Okay,
I
so
would
the word.
say-
Keep our 2 cents out of the planned developments, PUDs, planned developments, right?
Right.
At those meetings. So when can we speak at a P and Z meeting?
Well, and I think that's one thing that we can maybe work
We
on
need to-
better with staff.
Little
It's to
training
make
on
sure
that.
that you're advised of different issues coming before them and which ones will be coming to you.
Okay,
If we can.
We just need some guidance.
Ideally, we'll be able to determine that so that well, I can't really speak on that because ultimately it's coming to me.
And each board has an attorney.
So that was gonna be, I don't know, I think it would be nice if we could put it in an actual policy that we pass, instead of, so that it stays here forever, but can, staff notify us as soon as anybody registers as an affected party? And then if it's coming between us, before us anyways, we won't go, but if it's an affected party going before P and Z and it stops there, we can say, oh, this is something I need to pay attention to.
We could, but what I want, and William Waters, Community City Director, what I'm hearing, and I think I've had individual conversations with most of you, is that we really need to codify, if necessary, ordinance changes to ensure that what comes into a project is what you expect to come out of it through policy directions, changes to the comp plan, the strategic plan, or the land development regulations. Because even if you wish to have something in a project that stays out of the planning zoning board level or the HRPB level that is not required in our code, you can suggest it. It might not get put in there, or it might be included, and the applicant can say, you went beyond what was required of code, and they would appeal and get what they want anyway. So our code has to reflect what you are desirous of having in a project. And we need to have a workshop on that yesterday.
because why not?
Yes, yes.
March of
No, I-
2026.
Yeah, really, March 2023.
Very much agree.
So, but I think what we're saying is if this passes, we're gonna need some guidance from our city attorney and from your department about where should we step and where should we not step?
And there is I'm doing it, I think, is everything, what are your name? Juan asked for us, the manager. Asked for us to have 2 bi-weekly, there's a report that's coming out, and it has all the projects listed that are coming through the grapevine.
Okay,
It has ones that will stay before the Planning and Zoning Board, also the Preservation Board. It's set up as an Excel spreadsheet. It has information that Commissioner Lego wanted when it comes to revenues, and it'll note in there whether it's actually staying at the Planning and Zoning Board or it's going to come to you. And
That's
so
perfect.
we've been doing that for maybe 2 months. now.
Okay, we need to post that on the website. The people, the public needs to be able to read that as well, I think. Just what's coming, so they know what's coming down. I mean, the same,
A lot of it, when you get it, will say to be determined, because it's a project we just
Sure.
anticipate coming.
but that'll help people understand kind of before, you know, when we get it, it's not, you know, we kind of know about it sometimes when things come up. So and again, the more information we can get out to the public, I think the better. So that would be great. Commissioner Malina,
Motion to approve.
thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Robinson, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, wait, we have public comment. Tom. That's okay. We didn't vote yet. We just have a motion and a second. So I'm just going to call on Al Malafato.
Malafato.
Yes, hi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
It's on.
Just speak close.
Before I speak to the ordinance, I just want to take a moment of personal privilege and thank you all for passing the resolution on transgender. As a parent of a transgender individual, it's really tough on them sometimes and very courageous for them to come out. And I support my child and so
Thank
thank
you.
you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing it.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
My pleasure. But as to the ordinance, I'm going to take issue. And I do respect, Mayor, your position and the position of the city attorney and Ms. Sita. But my concern is, and as it so happens, I don't do a lot of work in Lake Worth Beach, but I was involved with both the 7-Eleven and the DOCA appeal, and still am involved in the DOCA appeal. And I'll speak to more of that later, of course. But what I'm concerned about is what this ordinance would do is relinquish your authority to a non-elected board.
Yeah.
You're elected officials and you were elected to do a job. And I understand that you may be limited in what you can review, and I agree with that, but there's some degree of judgment you can exercise in under the current process. Commissioner Malay, I do not believe that once you get into court, you could be in court for years. Circuit court dockets are very backed up, so it's not quicker. It avoids a step. And I think many folks may want to appeal to you all and then decide not to go to court because litigation is expensive. That's not just a filing fee then, because you have to have a lawyer if you're in court. Folks don't have to have a lawyer here. I mean, I don't have to be here. Individuals can come
And
up.
people can appear pro se.
Yeah, that's correct. That's true, but, very often, that's a difficult situation. So as a land use lawyer who practices throughout the county, I find that this is troubling. I understand how you wrestle with it.
I'm sorry, your time is up, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please say all the different differs for me.
Okay.
Thank you. Christina Morrison.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Mayor and Commissioner Sisson. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just had to go close to it.
Christina Morrison, I represent Marlin Commerce Center. On this issue, I just want to remind you that you are the elected officials. You know your city better than a judge does. You know the nuances of when a waiver should be issued or when it shouldn't, because it would hurt a neighborhood rather than improve it. You're the elected officials. The P and Z are not elected. They are volunteers. People come to you and sometimes it is onerous being a commissioner or a mayor as part of your job as a commissioner or mayor, listening to residents' concerns. But you know your city better than a judge. And to think that a judge is going to save the appellant money or save the city money is really not true. It could take forever to get through the courts. So I would ask you to please really reconsider your decision.
What was the name of I'm sorry, we're Commerce Center?
Marlin Commerce Center.
Oh, thank you very much.
Next to the DOCA project. by the
Thank you. George Garamy?
way. Just ask everyone to-
Sure, that's a good idea. After you speak, before you speak, please wipe off the counter and the microphone with the. Oh, thank you.
Good evening, George Jeremy, representing the Marlin Industrial Park Owners Association.
How do you spell that? I keep hearing it.
Marlin, M-A-R-L-I-N,
Okay, thank you.
Juan's favorite fish.
While I agree with a lot of issues that you all brought up here, I also think that the process in the court system will take much longer, especially if more cities adopt it. We have an option here to come in front of the commission where an affected party might feel more comfortable. They might be intimidated by the courts. In addition, it's a large expense. And for those reasons, I feel that you should not adopt it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kara Jennings. Oh,
We still got more, okay.
Sarah Jennings. I think there's a layer missing here in the conversation, which is that for both parties, knowing that an appeal comes before the elected board, I think creates a kind of checks and balances that you might not realize existed until you remove that part. You know, so if a developer is coming to planning and zoning and they see a neighbor's really upset and they have this concern that the neighbor might appeal the decision, you know, and it's fairly accessible because you appeal to your city commission versus a circuit court, then I think that inherently encourages the developer to hear the concerns of the neighbor and to bring forward a project that is more compatible and addresses the concerns. It's expensive as a layperson to go to circuit court. Lawyers are very expensive. Planning lawyers, land use lawyers are incredibly expensive. And it's a whole different process, you know, and it's way less accessible to the public, you know, like I'm familiar, a lot of people are familiar with how to access your agendas. I have no idea how to access the court agenda or to track something going through the court. So there's really, to me, a transparency and accessibility change. And for what percentage of cases are we talking about? You know, like how many cases? The cases that come to appeal are the few that are really contentious to somebody. They have a big impact on somebody, and that's why they're taking the time to appeal. Most of these things don't go to appeal. So I think for the few that do, for the few affected parties that are really concerned enough to track the issue and to show up and to become an affected party, that this process of coming to the commission is one that allows more access for your constituents. I'm also curious for cities that don't have this process, how many developers are more likely to appeal when the planning board denies their project? Because they're already lawyered up. So them going to
Thank you. Your time is up.
isn't necessarily as difficult as it is for a resident.
Thank you. Richard Stowe, I believe, is the public hearing B. Yeah. Richard Stowe,
I haven't seen him.
I just got handed a card. Richard, calling once, calling twice. I guess he's not here.
He just likes to be stuck outside the building.
Oh, he can't get in because the doors are locked.
I'll get it, Karen. No, the doors are propped open.
He could ring the buzzer and I would let him in.
The doors are
The
supposed to
door
be.
should be
propped open.
unlocked until 9:30 or 10:30.
You just came in.
You just came and went. Yeah.
The phone.
Yeah. I was gonna make one comment with what Ms. Jennings said. The appeals that come to us, those folks are usually about the big projects. So it's not the small homeowner. It's, you know, this is, that's how we know Mr. Matt, you know, I mean, they come with lawyers. So I mean that.
And I agree, but my concern is you're a lawyer, so when we were supposed to look at the law, facts. We don't get a dissertation on what the laws are that I'm supposed to be making decisions on. And I'm speaking as one elected, it's a lot of pressure for me to sift through, what is the law? Where am I supposed to be on this? I'm not a lawyer, I didn't go to law school. So I feel better giving somebody, be it the affected party, the opportunity to have somebody who knows the law make the decision versus.
Door's not
somebody
locked. Door's not locked.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I didn't see him, I looked.
No, it's all right. Sorry, Mr. Stowe. Sorry.
So my only other thing that I would say is, I mean, like I said, I don't know the law. I don't pretend to know the law. I don't play one on TV like Juan does. If we do keep it in-house, I would honestly recommend that we need to increase our fee Because at a $500 cost at 60, I mean, that's $8.33. That's nominal.
Let me ask you a question though, along those same lines. If someone did apply to the circuit court, you'd still have to do that preparation?
No, the preparation that we do,
Because the burden's on them.
right, so they prepare their own case, you would do preparation as the city. Right.
Which costs us more money.
They would have to, the appellant would have to put together the record on appeal as their appendix that
Right.
they submit with their petition. So it's really on them. It can be pro se. You don't need a lawyer here. You don't need a lawyer in circuit court. There certainly are advantages to using a lawyer at both venues. It's a policy decision.
It really is.
It really is.
Commissioner McVoy.
I hear some of the practical ones. I hear some of the concerns that we're not lawyers, either TV or otherwise, with some exceptions. Christie knows that I'm working on my law degree informally.
Oh, good.
I'm learning all this stuff. But I think that's not the issue. The issue is transparency and representation of our citizens. Even if it's an imperfect process, even if it's quite constrained, I do think that there's a value to letting citizens know that they can come here. And I think the point that Ms. Jennings made, that it builds in a certain amount of a break to the developers, knowing that it might get appealed lower. I think there's a lot of validity to that argument. It's a hypothesis, it's hard to test, but it makes a lot of sense to me that it auto corrects the system a little bit. So I will be voting no and suggesting that we keep the current process.
Okay, I mean, listen, this is a hard one because there's on both sides, there's very good arguments. Vice Mayor Robinson.
I'm sorry, but this is an important decision. I just want to make sure that the public understands that we're not punting on our responsibilities. But I want us and I want the citizens to understand the importance of our responsibility providing their representation at the boards at P&Z and Historic Preservation. I just want to emphasize that. And one of the other things of frivolous lawsuits, I think this might address that if they have to go to circuit court. I mean, I don't want to say all suits or appeals are frivolous, but some are based on more important. I shouldn't.
Finish the sentence.
You went down a rabbit hole.
Well, you know, we're trying to make an efficient process, and the more appeals we have, the less efficient it is. And I'm going to say it again because it's
Go ahead.
The importance of us representing the community at Planning and Zoning, Historic Preservation. And, you know, we have attorneys that will stop us if we're going down a legal alleyway that we don't want to go. So I'm going to vote, like I said, for the process.
So you're going to vote to, okay, it's hard. And I mean, the points brought up are valid points. So I guess we call the vote.
I already made the motion.
I know we have a motion and I think we have a second. Madam Clerk, do we have a second yet?
We do. The vice mayor seconded the motion.
Okay, thank you. So, and I'm torn, I really am, because I see the arguments on both sides. So I'm torn.
I do think, you know, when we first got here, it seemed like we were dealing with a new one every month, but
And we're slammed.
if it's 2 a year, you know, if it's 2 a month, that's like.
Which is what it was for a while.
But if it's 2 a year, it's not that much of a hardship. So that's kind of where I'm landing right now.
Okay. Okay, and we, I mean, if it does die, if it is not approved, and we find in a year that it's a continuing problem, we can always bring it back.
Right.
It's not with prejudice. Um, So I'm gonna call the vote.
Call the vote.
I'm calling the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
All opposed? Nay.
Can I ask who asked for this to be put on the agenda?
We all did, and we talked about it.
Okay, just clarifying.
I understand that you think this is backtracking again.
Okay.
But I totally understand that, and that might be frustrating, but I also think that there are.
I just feel for staff. I'm just putting it out there.
Well, we've got it ready if it comes back. And I think in the next year, we'll keep an eye out. And sometimes arguments, that's why we have oral arguments. So that,
So with that being said, I would like us to really seriously look at increasing the fee because we are.
I think we need to.
losing. That is ridiculous. $500 for 60 hours of staff time.
I agree.
McDonald's is paying $50
And we
an
have-
hour.
Consensus to revisit the fees that we're charging. Okay, yeah, 500 is close. Okay, so now we have, the next one is item B, no, item C, ordinance 2021-21, second reading ballot language to allow a candidate to concede without forcing a runoff.
So moved.
Second.
Please read the ordinance. We have a process, Mr.
Yeah, we run off into a runoff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 2021-21 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 8th, 2022, as to whether section 4 of Article 5 of the city of Lake Worth Beach Charter shall be amended to provide a candidate who qualifies for a runoff election the option of conceding the runoff election within a time certain, providing for notice and advertising of the referendum, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for severability, codification, repeal of all conflicting laws, and an effective date.
Do I have a motion?
I have a question.
Commissioner Stokes? No, you're not Commissioner Stokes, you're Commissioner Maliga. I don't know why I do that.
So just for the public's knowledge,
Mhm.
this is going to be on this March's ballot, but it's not going to take effect until. Madam,
It's not retroactive.
Madam Attorney, but I just want to make sure that people don't realize if there's a runoff at this election, this isn't going to.
The option to concede shall be applicable to any runoff candidate in an election after the March 2022 election.
Okay,
And it's an option. They don't-
wait, but after the March.
Right.
Read that again.
Okay.
Did you see that? Read that. Where'd you?
It's actually in the
It's in
ordinance.
section 2.
You'll find the actual language to
Oh.
be codified is in section 7 of the ordinance. So if it's actually approved, the language is already set forth in the ordinance to change the charter.
Because you can't, I mean, obviously physically you can't change the charter the day that you decide you're going to change the charter.
Right.
Okay, so do I have a motion in a second? I think we do.
So moved.
By Commissioner McCoy,
Second.
by Vice Mayor Robinson, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. That was easy. Okay, now we are on item D.
I have one more question. Hey,
Sure.
I know we just voted on it, but I highlighted it now. I just found what I highlighted.
Okay.
It says effective date, this ordinance shall become effective 10 days after the passage. My question is, when is the runoff election after an election? Melissa, maybe?
Yeah.
So do we, I want
No,
to
wait.
make sure that we don't have a runoff 21 days after an election, and then this goes into ordinance 10 days after the election. And then we have somebody who could concede. I want people listening to know for sure that it's not for this election, because here it says it takes effective 10 days after.
So the ordinance is to have the referendum. So this ordinance, if it's approved on second reading at your next meeting, becomes effective before the election, this ordinance.
Okay,
So then what happens is if it gets approved on referendum, the charter actually gets changed after the referendum is.
Oh, right, of course. This is just a
So
ballot
this
question.
is just the
Right.
ballot language.
okay.
It's a little confusing, but it.
It is
Yes.
confusing.
Got it?
Yes, got it. Thank
Got
you.
it? All right. Let's.
Moving right along.
Now, this is actually second reading, though. We're at
Yes.
second reading this.
It is.
No, you're right, you're right. So it will come 10 days after tonight, if approved.
Got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item E, ordinance number 2021.
Do we vote?
Oh, we need to vote. Do we have, Commissioner, who did the, do we have a motion in a second?
Did vote.
I thought we voted.
You did?
Yeah, you asked a question.
Yeah.
Okay. They're just trying.
It was a post-vote question.
Item D,
We're on D now. Okay, which is ordinance number 2021-24,
No, 22.
22.
We're on D as in dog.
Great. 21-22. Please read the ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance number 2021-22 of the City of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the City of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 8th of 2022 as to whether Section 1 of Article 3 of the City of Lake Worth Beach Charter shall be amended to provide for single-member district voting wherein each commissioner shall be elected by the electors residing in his or her own district, and with the mayor continuing to be elected by the electors of the city at large, providing for notice and advertising of the referendum, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for visibility, codification, repeal of all conflicting laws, and the effective date.
Thank you.
But the language that you just read for the ballot is not the language we changed it to. It doesn't say, now it says elected by voters residing in his or her own district?
Excuse me, Commissioner Maliga.
Yeah?
City Attorney Godot read the title of the ordinance. If you look at the wording in bold further in the ordinance, it did change electors to voters. And it added that the commissioners would still serve the entire city.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that those weren't supposed to mirror each other. That was, it's a
No.
legal question.
As long as the substantive language in the ordinance, it's fine.
Okay.
Because the title is actually just to notify folks as to what is being changed, to give them a clue as to what's being changed. The actual language is what gets codified in the charter.
Okay, so they don't have to mirror each other.
They should.
Okay, just,
It might have just been a little mix up, did not.
The title is never the controlling factor.
Thank you.
That's good.
sorry, just curious.
No, good question. We have a public comment from Richard Stowe. Oh, and he's here this time. Good. What?
he's got a key.
It's open.
Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. I lived in Santa Barbara, California, most of my, good portion of my adult life. And my political mentor, I stay in touch with her. She's actually 86 years old, so even older than you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that didn't go very well.
Flattering, and I very
Oh,
much.
no.
Strike from the
Read
record.
Book How to Win Friends and Influence.
A bailiff, excuse me, officer,
That's an assault.
salt on the mayor.
Anyway, they recently went to single member districts.
Mhm.
And she says it's been really bad in terms of governance.
Well, the voters will decide.
Yes, they will. But I'm just saying that I'm letting you know that if the voters vote in favor of it, it's not, I understand, like it says,
Consequences.
it's written the same way in Santa Barbara, where you get elected by the district you're representing. But they represent the whole city, but it doesn't work that way.
Okay, thank you.
So
Do I have a motion? Oh, no, I see more comments. You did?
Yeah.
Oh, you did, I'm sorry, come on up. I have to organize the cards according to different items. Thank you, Kara.
I think the backup is woefully inadequate on this item. There's no data at all. It's a paragraph showing, what is the benefit of single member voting districts. It's unclear what the justification for a change would be, what the impact to turnout, to improve representation in our city. We have a real disparity in turnout district by district. So I don't have the numbers in front of me, but District 1 typically has a few hundred people vote in that whole district. So you're going to have this real disparity. And then what happens when you're governing, you're going to, whoever's up here is going to be so influenced by improving things for their particular district versus the overall city. So I understand send it to the voters, let them decide, but it seems like this is just kind of jumped up from a volunteer appointed committee, and there's no one here to even speak on behalf of the issue, and the backup is really poor for an item of such consequence. I would encourage you to either table it or deny this for the time being and let there be more conversation about it. I like really don't know if it's the best plan or not. I don't know how I would vote on it if it did get on the ballot. But you have a responsibility to put well thought things on the ballot. And it doesn't seem like this has been totally thought through.
Thank you. Commissioner Boyd?
Well, there's no collusion, but the comments that were just made are almost identical to what I would say. I think there's a general pattern a little bit that when we put fairly consequential things on the agenda, we don't always, we say, okay, it'll do this, it'll move it from here to there, whatever, but we don't really do much analysis of, yes, but how does that in the bigger picture affect things, or is there any data that might be, and how has the experience been in communities that have done X activity or made X choice? I think we can do better in the backup. I would agree. I've heard some arguments in favor of the single member district to try to get more even voting in and more representation. Anything that makes us more democratic and makes us more participatory in our elections is a good thing in my book. I think the downsides of this and the concerns from some of the organizations like League of Florida, or some of the, I think it's the National League of Cities, but there are organizations who have thought about this nationwide, and they tend to have a very dim view of it for the same kind of reasons that we're hearing, that we can say that you represent the whole community, but de facto, if you're elected just from one district, you're going to be thinking about it differently. You don't have to worry about what voters in any other district think. And one thing that occurred to me, somebody commented on to me today that and I hadn't thought of it from that angle, but that means that all three other districts get no say in that commissioner. They get zero say. And that seems like it's kind of counterproductive. So I agree with the assessment that, yes, it's a nice thought. Well, just let the voters decide. But I do think we have a responsibility, and we've actually said it a number of times up here. Hey, they elected us to make good decisions. This one doesn't look like a good decision to put on the ballot, I don't think.
You voted for it last in the first.
That may be, I can think about it more.
Okay. Vice Mayor Robinson?
It's a very consequential decision that the voters are going to have to make. I'm a big fan of democracy, and there are consequences to people voting and not voting. I don't recommend the voters choose this option, but I think we need to give them the option and recognize the importance of us educating, the city educating, League of Women Voters educating, League of Cities educating, the consequences of what parochial behavior does to benefit a community. And it doesn't always benefit a community when you clearly think you're only representing a small portion of it.
I'm not in favor of single district voting, but I'm in favor of giving the voters their option. We asked the charter review to do their homework, to come back. We took one thing off of their list. We all agreed unanimously for this. So I'm with the vice mayor, give it to the people. I'm not in favor. Again, not in favor of single district voting, but I'm in favor of letting the people decide. And I'm not ever going to be a commissioner. I don't think any of us would be, that would only be thinking of the district that the number goes behind their title. I think that we're all here for the whole good of the entire 43,000 people.
Thank you, Commissioner Starks.
So I know this is the second read and we've all voted and we've continued to vote for this, but every time we've heard a lot of doubt up here. And we continue to say, let's give it to the voters. Can we give it to the voters on the next ballot after people have had more time to research it and feel more comfortable with it? You know, the thing I heard that people ran on for this election was term limits. We're giving that to the voters. We're cleaning up this other couple things. And it is a big decision and everybody's felt uncomfortable about it. So I don't see why it has to go on this ballot if we don't feel comfortable with it. And we pay more attention than the average voter does. It's our job.
I've never said that I don't feel comfortable with it. I just
You
don't.
just said you're not.
No, I said I'm not in favor of it, but I feel comfortable putting it on the ballot and letting the people decide.
And educate.
Yeah, and we talked about that. Educate the voters.
I don't,
It's nice to say educate, but it's actually quite challenging because we as a city cannot put out positions.
Right.
So we can, as individuals, I guess we can say, hey, I wouldn't vote for this if I was you, but I think it's abdicating our responsibility a bit to put something that we aren't all, like, wow, this is a great idea. The voters should have an option to vote on it. If we all think it's great, I think we, with term limits being an example, people ran on that. There was clear support for that. None of us have a problem. We noodled around with the technical details of exactly what it's defined as, but we all supported that. We all thought it was a good idea. Put it on the ballot. Something that we're very lukewarm about, or even feel noticeable numbers of people feel unhappy about. Saying, well, we should just put it on the ballot. We could put anything on the ballot by that argument. I don't think we should.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Call the question,
We have a motion in a second?
make a motion.
Okay, a motion by Vice Mayor Robinson, a second by,
Second,
there's no more public comment. Okay, Commissioner Stokes.
Maliga.
I don't know why I'm doing that tonight. I don't know why.
Switch seats with me, Kim.
And I apologize. She's a lovely woman and I wouldn't, this is okay. So seconded by Commissioner Maliga. Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Nay.
Okay, that passes 4-1. Okay, next on the agenda. I'm keeping track of these cards. They're all a little confusing. Oh. We're now looking at ordinance number 2021-24.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. It's read the ordinance, please.
Ordinance number 2021-24, the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum of the qualified electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 8th, 2022, as to whether section 5 of article 3 of the city of Lake Worth Beach charter shall be amended to provide that a vacancy on the city commission when there are less than 6 months remaining in the unexpired term or less than 6 months before the next regular city election shall be filled by the remaining members no later than 24 hours prior to the opening of the qualifying period, providing for notice and advertising the referendum, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for severability, codification, repeal of all conflicting laws, and an effective date.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by, I'm going to Commissioner Maliga, so I practice getting it right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, it's almost 8 o'clock. Now we are at unfinished business A. And this is operating budget amendment. Do I have a presentation from staff? And here they come.
Jamie, might want to use the box up there.
Yeah, we want to wipe. Thank you.
Was it this on?
Alfonso.
Good evening, Mr. Brown.
Good evening. Is that TV on?
What?
Okay. All right, I'll be looking at this one.
All right.
Good evening, Madam Mayor Commission. For the record, Jamie Brown, Public Works Director. This is our continuing conversation on our citywide traffic calming policy that we brought up last month. Attached to the agenda was all the backup, the actual policy itself. So I'm not gonna go through that entire thing because it's kind of detailed. Okay, so I thought I would just kind of go through an example, so I can kind of walk you through how this process would work. A resident noticed that they perceive what they perceive to be a city road in front of the property. So what would happen first is they would actually submit a written request to the Public Works Department. This is the information that would be included in that request, and this would kind of kick off that entire process. Upon receipt with that, what we would do is we would look into we pull records with all pertinent information, historical traffic records. If we need to collect any additional data, this is the step where we'd be doing that, which would be utilizing the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office stealth radar, whatever it happens to be. We don't have data for that particular location, or if it's outdated. So that's what would happen at the second step. Third step. This is when we would inform the applicants based on all the data we were able to pull on the actual location that they submitted on, whether there is an actual issue or not, what we're seeing based on all the data we have. If there is an issue that we're seeing, this is when we inform them of the entire petition process. That's when the petition process would come into play. If you look through the actual policy itself, we would actually define an actual area that would be the traffic calming area, because when you address one particular location, you could just be pushing traffic to a neighboring street or other intersections. So what we would do is we would define an area where the petition would have to take place. 66% of the homeowners or businesses in that defined area would need to actually of that particular traffic calming, or and 51% of those need to actually be property owners, because we have a lot of renters. So we would have to actually reach out to those property owners who actually have a stake in what happens in their particular location. So this is when that petition process would come into play. After that is submitted, given that the percentages work out, they submit that back to Public Works. This is when we actually would put the necessary process together. We have 11 different categories, which we would score, and this is for prioritization. So if we have multiple projects in a particular year, how does A come before B, B come before C, especially if our funding at the time does not meet what we actually need in the projects. So we would have to actually score each project based on 11 different categories. And that would give us the overall score for that particular measure. Perfect example is that the 85th percentile. And how we score that is basically 85th percentile. What it is, and I Googled this last time, but it's basically what 85% of traffic speed, in which 85% of traffic travels in that particular location. If that is below the speed limit, more than 5 miles per speed limit, each mile per hour beyond that, you basically allocate 10 points. So that's how that particular category would work. So an example would be if your speed limit is 30 miles an hour, the 85th percentile is 32 miles an hour. 30 plus 5 is 35. You'd have 3 miles per hour above that set limit. So you'd have 30 points for that category. And then you kind of work down through the categories, all 11 of them, and you get a final score. So that's how we would move through that. That would give you your prioritization. And then step 5. What happened?
No step up.
Here it goes. Biannual basis, we would be bringing these to you to make a final decision. And also we would put together obviously the cost and everything else, and whether it fits into our current fiscal year budget, or if it would have to be pushed into the following year. And then you guys would have the ultimate approval or denial of that particular location based on staff direction.
I just want to stop percent biannual. I mean, every 6 months?
Correct.
Okay. I thought that was semi-annual, but I could be wrong. Okay, thank you. So it'll be looked at twice a year essentially.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Oh, questions?
Because it takes, well, as I was trying to go,
Yeah.
I saw the agenda, so. Not to take a long time.
And this has been in the packet for a long time.
Yeah, it has been for a while. We've talked about it multiple times. So it's not going to be a quick process, but as I mentioned last time, this is when you look at traffic calming policies across the country, They all pretty much contain the same thing. Some people use different percentages, but they all kind of have the same process.
But it takes that, be sort of arbitrary, I have a problem, put something down right now.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
We have one, any other questions? Well, I see lights on. Why am I talking?
I want to thank Jeremy for coming up with this policy. A lot of work into it. It's great. The question is, if we do studies or hire consultants, what kind of weight will they have, or when do they enter into the policy?
We've done one since I've been here.
Traffic circles.
We're in the process right now.
Is it traffic calming issue?
For federal highway, but that's not specifically traffic calming. That's just looking at the many roundabouts and particular locations.
Depends on who's selling it, you know.
So that's not really calming. That's more of a. What are we trying to do?
Well, hopefully it'll calm it down a little bit.
Yes.
Good, thank you.
Yes, I like that word.
Yes.
Commissioner McVoy.
Could you go back in, or maybe Melissa can do that, or somebody, to step 2?
Yep.
No, step 3, sorry. I looked at my notes wrong. So, traffic calming is definitely been an issue in the community. I think a lot of progress has been done since in the last 5 years of putting traffic calming out of various sorts. So it's probably somewhat less of an issue. I still hear quite a bit about it. People feel strongly about it. I've certainly heard from professionals, from others, both you and PB. So people invariably think that car that went by was going a lot faster than it actually was. And I think that probably has some truth to it. There's a reason that you folks empirically would deal with this, would come to that conclusion. That said, I was hesitant with this, the second line up there. Public Works Department will inform the applicant if a possible issue exists. If somebody has written in and taken the trouble to do all that, they don't need to be informed that an issue exists. They're already convinced of it. I understand that we may want to push back some. We don't want this to be corrugated roads across the city where there's traffic bumps everywhere. And we certainly have real issues of, if I slow it down on street A, is it going to push it onto street B or B to C, et cetera, et cetera. Valid issues. And that speaks to the need for a comprehensive approach somewhat and some sort of balancing. But I'm very hesitant to have a process that's so weighted to the available data. You know what I am. I'm a data guy. I love data. However, you got to look at what kind of data. I almost never see anybody out on many, many streets measuring velocity. It almost never happens. And PBSO doesn't really like to do it. So we don't really have the data. I would say if you want to make it data-driven, move directly to your petition stage where you say, okay, you've written in, you think the sky is falling, you got to have a traffic bump right in front of your house or two, one up or down. Can you get your neighbors on board? If you go around to your neighbors and you only come back with 2, that's some real data that, okay, we have an outlier here, there's probably not a real problem. But if the person comes back with a petition with a whole bunch of folks, I'd say smoke fire kind of situation that there probably is a problem. And at that point, maybe look and see if there is available data, but if there isn't, then there isn't. And I'm very hesitant to base it only on the measurements when our data sets are very sparse.
Okay, so a couple things. So we were trying to eliminate all the legwork on the part of the resident who's doing the report, to go out and do the whole position process. If we don't have the data, we go with PBSO, the stealth radar, we'll generate the data. So if the data is outdated, we can generate the data usually pretty quickly, whether that's over the course of a week or 2 weeks. But if that data comes back that there just isn't the traffic volume there, or the 85th percentile is actually less than the speed limit, if the data doesn't show there's actually an issue there, then we save that particular resident a lot of time from having to go get this whole petition process going. because the data showed there currently wasn't an issue.
And I
It
hear,
was just trying to eliminate that hassle for someone if it's not necessary.
So what I almost think I hear Commissioner McBoy saying is to reverse the process and have the
Correct.
petitions, have the people do the legwork first
Mhm.
and come to you, here, we've got 25 signatures or whatever the number happens to be. Can you take a look at this? And then you would delve into to see if there's really, if it's just one person outlier on the street. Or is it a community problem?
I think you've hit it on the head, Mayor, that your strongest empirical data is the people who live there. And if they can get a petition together and a lot of people sign on, that tells you there's a lot of people concerned. And the hassle with the data is that it's not normal, as you know.
Did you just say data is a hassle?
It's the hassle.
The hassle with the
Data
data.
has hassle? I can't believe
It's not a
it.
normal distribution.
We're gonna write
This day down?
It's Poisson distribution or some other one. It's the one car that zips through at 60 miles an hour.
There's always an
It
outlier.
doesn't do it very often, but it's a big deal for people that live there. So you may have that the majority of drivers are doing fine, but you have a dangerous situation that happens infrequently. Again, your petition approach is going to weed out a lot of that. So I would, and I think most residents would say, hey, we're steamed up about this. We'll cheerfully take on the issue. And that's been my experience when people have approached me over the years with traffic ones. Hey, should we get a petition together? Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, we'll get it to you next week.
Which will then trigger the city's action. And we're not setting a number on how many people have to sign that petition. Because we
No,
know
but obviously more is better
more is better, right?
Yeah.
So,
and not crazy numbers, you don't have to have 300.
You
um,
can't have two.
You can't have two.
well, but what we're saying is the way it's set up now, a person can come.
Correct.
Right? So that's less than two.
Right, that's.
My
not
math
a good-
skills
you need
not
to
being
have-
great.
And I have no issue reversing that order. The only issue that we would have to have them submit the actual written request.
Right?
If we reverse that, we would then need to define the actual traffic calming area, which would then show them what the petition area would be. And we would do that prior to any data collection.
So somebody would call you and say, hey, listen, we have a problem with speeders.
Well, they would need to do the actual written process.
A written, I don't even
Yeah.
call.
Mhm.
How informal. A written request,
Mhm.
and then you would, so the next step would be you would take a look at just what's been going on.
We would basically look at the area they're asking about.
The area, to
We would provide
define the
them-
area,
we would
right.
Provide them with a map.
So then
and,
that
with limits.
person, that interested person would have between this, this is what we're looking for in this area. And then take that petition around and hopefully get a bunch of signatures and come back to you. If they can't get any signatures, they're still an applicant. But I think we're putting the onus a little bit on the citizens to get support from their
Yeah.
neighborhoods.
Yeah.
That if they want that, before you all go through the whole collecting that harassing data. You will never
Yeah,
live that down.
We can easily reverse that process. I would just have to make sure that it's clear that after the written request comes in, we would have to then provide them with the
Right.
traffic calming area in which they would have to do the petition. And then after they brought the petition to us, granted they'd have 66%.
Because then they've got some skin in the game too, before you start doing all your stuff. Commissioner Stokes.
I do have a question about that. If I live on a road that has, several high-speed people coming through it a day, but my neighboring roads aren't experiencing that. And now I have to go convince them, because they're in the new area that has been defined,
Mhm.
to jump on board with this. I don't know if they're like, I live on M Street. I don't care, J Street's horrible, but M Street's fine. I don't want anything to
So
change.
go up and down MJ Street or go up and down your street.
Yeah, I think the area is almost always going to be a road.
Will it always be one, because you were saying that we don't want it to push. if we
Correct.
do
It
it here, we don't
depends
want it to
on,
push
it's
into
a
the
case
other.
by case basis. So it really depends on the location.
And the amount of traffic
It
and then,
really
yeah.
depends on the location.
Okay, I would, if we're gonna be reversing it to the petition, I would like to make sure that, we're really deliberate on, if we're looking at this one area that has a problem or said they have a problem, that we don't try to bring in too many other areas that.
Yeah, understood.
And the petition, we might even have a petition form that says
Yeah.
you need to put your address on it. So I can't write in to say I'm totally in support of traffic calming on Commissioner Stokes Street.
you know.
Yeah, and we have,
That'd be like-
and if you look through the policy, we actually have for the petition, what the actual participants have to actually write on there, what they have to provide. Name, address.
They can't live in Boynton Beach.
They can't live in Boynton Beach.
And I have,
Because we need to be able to verify the person signing the petition, that the address that they associate with their name.
Commissioner Stokes, you have something else you want to say?
That particular,
I had a question.
yes, ma'am.
About the written request. Is that a form they can fill out on the website? Can we create like a form that they, or do they have to like write an actual letter?
I would be getting with our leisure services staff or IT and putting it on the public works section of the website.
Okay,
So there
good.
would be a form you could do either through the website, you could also submit it via email. You can drop it off in person, you can mail it, basically any form, as long as it's written and we have an actual record of it.
Okay, and then as you've been doing your research with the other areas that have this kind of policy, to me, this feels almost like we're doing this now because we don't have a comprehensive plan for the city. But in an ideal world, wouldn't we try to develop a mobility plan that already had like the dream traffic calming incorporated into it and then put that together as the funds become available instead of this spot kind of thing? I think we need something in place until we get to that point, but is this like the end all be all, or is this just like?
This is what should have been in place a long time ago. This has been 6 years in the making since I've been here. So yeah, as is, and it started with the bond program. We were addressing a lot of the traffic calming issues as we were doing that bond program. The problem is, as you guys are all aware, we had decades of basically nothing happening. Which is why our deferred maintenance is what it is. So in the meantime, given that we don't have a lot of funds to go out and continue with another 40 million right now and another 40 million after that and just tackle the entire city, we need to have a traffic calming policy in place. This is going to do that.
Yeah, it's
Obviously,
real
as we're
arbitrary.
doing
Right.
Sections in large areas like we were doing in the bond program, we address those issues and we do those.
Okay. Commissioner Malega.
To Commissioner Stokes' point, in what we're approving, it does say original traffic calming requests and petitions can be mailed or delivered in person too. I would love to see that, whatever that form is, in Spanish and Creole as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I have anybody else? I have two public comments. Peggy Fisher. I'm gonna wipe down that just for your own. Try to be careful. Thank you.
Peggy Fisher, 508 North 8th Street. I know all about traffic calming and trying to get something done for the city for 7 years with the previous city manager for North 8th Street. And I would hope that if we're going to do this, that it is incumbent on the city and its enforcement entities, be it code, parking, or PBSO, who we pay, to enforce the rules that exist now. Speed limits, no trucks on roads that are residential, no palm tran going through a residential area that they don't service just because they're out of service and they want to take a shortcut to get to the interstate. Those need to be enforced so that it reduces this unnecessary traffic through residential streets. And we have a lot of that. I watched 2 semi trucks go down North 8th Street, one behind the other, and they went to the Bohemian work site. Well, I ended up over at Public Works. And after a little episode of trying to get in the door and speak to someone, fortunately, yeah, that was my thought. Fortunately, Mr. Waters did make a phone call, but there has to be some enforcement in this city. And I'm sorry, I'm a big proponent of our first responders, but there isn't any.
Yeah.
The motorcycle units will come and run speed on Lake and Lucerne. They work Monday through Friday, daylight hours. There is no enforcement. And when a traffic accident sits on North A Street.
I'm sorry, Ms. Fisher, your time is up.
4 days without any police action.
And I expect you to be the first applicant.
Oh, I already have.
Got her speed on.
But Jamie and I need to talk about the fact that it's not across the whole road, so.
Okay, and you will do
They
that.
go- Yes.
Sometimes I have to be a little strict.
That's fine.
Richard Stowe.
Richard Stowe, 414 North Federal Highway. And I do have some concerns about incorporating the 85th percentile into this traffic analysis, as that has usually been used to like increase speeds. Like if people keep driving faster, then you would justify like, the speed should be higher. Secondly, for the residential, the type of street grid we have in Lakewood, for residential streets, I feel like 20 is plenty. I don't know that we need 25-mile-an-hour speed limits on those residential roads. The distances are traveled are so short that I think establishing a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit would be a first step. Thirdly, I have concerns about what has taken place since the road bond measure went to public comment. And that was that they were given choices, the public was given choices at 60% design. And I think the roads should have been looked at before the actual.
Yeah, well, that's not on the
design.
agenda tonight.
What's that?
I mean, that's not on the
No,
agenda.
I'm saying, and so my concern, let me just finish my sentence though. I'll say my concern there was that really the focus on traffic calming in that process was with vertical traffic calming methods. Those methods are the speed bumps, the bump outs, and those have, I believe, like adverse impacts while they're trying to address, traffic calming issues. That horizontal speed calming is more effective and can deal with other issues. In other words, traffic calming and do have other benefits.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stowe, your time is up.
Thank you. Do we have, Commissioner McCoy.
I would just like to reiterate a piece of what Ms. Fisher said, that there is an issue, and I hear about this a lot from residents in the city. There's an issue of lack of enforcement of speeds. I've heard it in a lot of different areas. This would be a message that let's please encourage PBSO to be doing more of that and doing a better job of it. That would help. The other part, I think Mr. Stowe was alluding to is there are a lot of, and that Commissioner Stokes also mentioned, or maybe was thinking about with the idea of a mobility plan, the whole concept, and it shows up a bit in Complete Streets, it shows up in some other things that says, hey, ideally you design your streets so that the street itself tells you how fast you want to be going on it, rather than, let's shake the daylights out of their suspension with the vertical bump. How much option we have for street design here, I don't know, given we don't have a bond, but I think the point is well taken. If we can do more of this control of how cars move through our city in a holistic way as part of a mobility plan, I think that's better than just traffic bumps after the fact. Is a less optimal way to do it.
I have one quick thing.
It's less optimal.
I think we will definitely need to bring back the mobility discussion too, because if we have a mobility plan, then that may potentially allow us to keep those funds in the city, and that would help pay for these things that currently are on funds for. But the thing I wanted, and I had it written down before, Ms. Fisher said it, is the semi trucks. Like, I know that's separate from this, but when I was knocking on doors in Lake Osborne, I heard a lot of complaints in that area about some of those streets. I think the trucks coming off 6th Avenue and going through and cutting through there, and they have no business in our residential roads. And I don't know how we can enforce that. I don't know if there's a separate complaint somebody can make, if there's like a certain company that they see
Mhm.
driving these goods through their streets, or some way for us to be able to chase them. Now, we know we can't park a cop at every corner in the city 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
We know we can't do that, but I would love to see us think a little bit more on how we can address the semi truck issue. It's uncalled for.
It's definitely gonna be enforcement, and Captain Barrett, they're well aware of it, and they've put different officers out there multiple times. But again, it's one of those things, unless you have someone there all the time, it's gonna be able to
It's really
just
hard.
sit there. It's difficult to do anything about it.
And one of the, it was somebody who brought up to me that big trucks going through residential area, that somebody else pointed out, well, they're on their way to North Grade Elementary to drop off food or whatever, that kind of stuff. So,
They still shouldn't be in residential.
well, except, okay. So Commissioner Malinga was next.
I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward, because I know personally reached out to you, and he and I and Captain Bear were at a condo meeting last week over in Lake Osborne addressing these issues and these needs. So I'm very happy to see a policy coming through where residents will know the exact steps they need to take to get the answers, to get the solutions, to have a better quality of life. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I was going to say thank you for the draft and the discussion, and looking forward to coming back with something to vote on.
Thanks. Yeah, basically what would come out of this is I based on our conversation, and I reversed the petition process, everything, I would bring it back in the form of a resolution.
Thank
It
you.
would then be approved, so we would have an official citywide traffic calming policy.
Great.
I did want to address one thing that Commissioner Boyd brought up, and Mr. Stowe as well. So when we were doing the bond program, the layout, we have a traditional grid layout in the city. And the reason we did it at 60% is because leading up to that point, we were addressing underground utilities, over plans and other things, but with our traditional grid system, we're basically locked.
Right.
We're landlocked. We've got set right of ways. You've got homes on both sides of the street. We've got our sidewalk. There's not much you can do in that limited, small width of right of way, especially with horizontal deflection, which is why we often look at vertical deflection. The one thing you can do with horizontal deflection, you're going to have to eliminate parking on one of those sides of the street in order to shift traffic. In doing that, what we saw consistently across the board at all the meetings, we had 57 different meetings with the different residents affected by the different projects. Across the board, no one wanted to see parking eliminated
No.
in front of their house.
Right.
Because when we looked at, we could do this option, we could do this option, but you're going to lose parking spaces on one side of the street. That was an immediate no for everyone,
Mhm.
because a lot of people feel there's already a parking issue in the neighborhoods. And not everyone has the ability to park. Not everyone has a driveway for one. And if they do have driveways, some people have multiple cars, but they only have space for one driveway. So they need that on-street parking. So anytime they saw any option which would eliminate parking, it was an automatic no-go.
Yeah.
So
I know on my
that was, that was especially on your street.
Yeah.
So that's why you did not see a lot of in our city. We're just not really laid out where we can shift traffic horizontally on our small right of ways. It's just not, we can do it, but again,
If we were starting from scratch, we could have planned better.
Thank you, Mr. Liberty.
I don't know what happened over there, but something did apparently. And I want to thank you for doing this. And this takes a lot of time to put these together, and I appreciate that. I also want to say that I've noticed downtown that on some of the one-way east-west streets, that your group has put up some wrong way signs.
Mhm.
I know Second Avenue South we sit and watch, and it's just kind of cuckoo. So now they can actually see it, and it's much more visible, and thank you. And I noticed today they were putting in some of the signs for downtown.
we have all these
planters
holiday
and stuff.
banners that are going up.
Looks great. Thank you so much. Yeah, your department does good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we are on to item B, which is resolution 83, 2021, changing, it's a budget amendment, providing $50,000 from the ARPA funds.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. That's the way we like it. Now, this is first reading of the ballot language, and this is the setting of the term limits of 2 consecutive terms. Do I have a motion?
Nope, don't we want Madam Mayor?
Yeah. You want to read the ordinance again? I don't know why I'm doing that to you.
I think the
tonight.
Clorox is blocking her view of you.
I can't, I'm used to looking you over here. I'm a simple woman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance number 2021-20 of the city of Lake Worth Beach, Florida, calling for a referendum to qualify electors of the city of Lake Worth Beach to be held on March 8th, 2022, as to whether section 2 of article 3 of the city of Lake Worth Beach Charter shall be amended to provide term limits for the position of mayor and commissioner, providing for notice and advertising of the referendum, providing for referendum canvassing, providing for subbility, codification, repeal of all conflicting laws, and an effective date.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve. But I guess he didn't want to vote on it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? The motion, we just had to make a note on the record that Commissioner McVoy has left the room, but it's 4-0 to pass this.
Take a break, Madam Mayor, before we go on.
That might be why he's going. Let's see, we have
A lot of new business.
quick ones. Okay. Oh, Mr. Shields.
10 minutes,
what-
5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm fine with taking a break. Let me drop the.
What do you got, Brian?
Mr. Shields, what we're gonna do, and I hate to do this, is we're gonna take a break before you do your, before we do you. Okay, it is 8.
Before we do you, before you get to do your shtick. Your shtick.
8:26, let's come back at 8:05.
We already voted. Should do that on purpose.
No, I have to go to the bathroom.
We're taking a break, so you sit here by yourself.
I'm trying to make it to Jamie's presentation. Well, I voted in favor of that one.
Well, you
What
did.
choice?
Too late.
How did
All
it
right.
pass? I assume.
We've been recessed until 8:35. Madam,
Richards.
Madam Clerk, are you back with us yet? She's the most important.
I am
person.
here. I was just looking to see if everybody was there. So it's 8:36, Madam Mayor, and we are back live.
All right, thank you very much. We are now on agenda item new business A, and we have a few quick ones to go through. Non-controversial, one would think. Okay, this is agenda, this is,
Quick line.
thank you. This is number A, which is the quicklime, North America buying quicklime. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We trust you, Mr. Shields. B, First Amendment to the agreement of the Allied Universal Corporation to purchase sodium hypochlorite, which is bleach, for water treatment and odor control.
Motion.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
You're welcome to speak with us, but we're just trying to make your night a little easier.
That's fine.
I mean, we've read these and I don't know a darn thing about caustic soda.
I apologize, Madam Mayor. Who made the second on that?
Who made the second on that?
Mr. McVoy.
Commissioner McVoy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. C, which is the agreement with Odyssey Manufacturing Company to purchase 50% caustic soda for water treatment and odor control. Mr. Shields, I trust this is something that we need to continue the high quality of our water.
Yes.
Do I have a motion?
To combat.
I'm sorry, and to combat odor.
As demonstrated.
Now, yeah, do I have a motion?
We need some involvement from that end.
Motion.
Second,
Okay.
all in favor?
Like pulling teeth.
We are on it now. We are on a roll. This is item D, which is work order number 2, a second amendment with B&B Underground Construction, Inc. for emergency sewer main repair. I don't think we're going to argue with you on that one. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second from the left side of the dais. Commissioner Stokes and Vice Mayor Robinson, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So you bring us wonderful item.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to add to that item that the sewer that did collapse in that area was 90 years old. And it was on to last 100, so we didn't get our money for it.
Oh, my God. Go Stu.
Go.
Within 10 years. ago.
Where's the warranty paperwork?
Wow.
And you'll be on the agenda with EUAB or the electric utility.
That's at a later date.
You change your meeting rules. You gotta update your. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thanks for hanging in there.
Okay, now we have,
We need Jamie, I think.
we need new business E, which is Mr. Brown.
Madam Mayor.
Yep.
I think he's, was on the hallway, but if you're still on traffic calming.
Okay.
Really quick, it's just
Sure.
an annual purchase order for some of our fleet vehicle replacements.
Mhm.
And it's done annually. As you can see in the back, there's a couple of electric utilities, or electric vehicles, and then there's two vehicles related to grounds, facilities, public works, and electric utilities.
So I'm assuming the ones that are not, because I was happy to see the bolts coming in, but the other ones are pickup trucks and heavier,
Correct.
more heavy equipment.
And
So
appropriate to the duties.
appropriate to the duties. But I do want to look at other purchases this year when we start replacing like code enforcement vehicles and said they don't need.
Madam Mayor, these were very good prices, and the only thing I did
Yeah.
I did question, I do know. The only thing I did question was if we could get more warranty, and unfortunately, because these are fleet, we cannot get any more warranty than what we already get.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
By Commissioner McFoy, all in favor? Aye, okay. Next one is the purchase order with Nextran truck for the procurement of a new front load garbage truck. I had one question for Mr. Brown, and here he is. Mr. Brown, we are all the way on F,
Your items.
your items. And I just have one quick, we're talking about the procurement, we already did the others, but the new front load garbage trucks, what happens, are we adding to our fleet or are we replacing?
Replacing.
What happens to the old ones?
They're sold.
We sell them?
Still auction.
Okay, that was my question. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
That was Malik and McVoy, Madam Clerk.
Ready to eat.
Yeah, where were you? Did you go to lunch?
We're cranking.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah,
We're still good. I was outside talking to Richard.
He was in here.
we figured.
That's fine.
No, I'm messing with you.
Okay. Item,
apologize.
No, you're good.
no apologies needed. We went ahead. Item G, which is purchase order with Orlando Freightliner for the procurement of a new rear steer garbage truck.
And same situation, we're actually replacing an existing piece of equipment.
And we'll sell the old one?
Yes,
Is this the one that I thought was driving backwards down the street because it was facing me?
it is.
Exactly, when you
Really
come around the
cool.
corner.
So yeah, so it's the truck.
Call Jamie, I'm like, why is there a truck facing me the wrong way?
The two-story, the tower in the back of the grapple.
Yeah.
But the tower faces the opposite direction.
Yes. I did, I was like, why are they driving the wrong way and they're not moving?
Okay.
She's like, because you're actually looking at the back of the truck. I'm like, okay.
Look at the back of the truck.
Motion to approve.
Um, I'm sorry, motion?
Yes.
Approved. Second by Commissioner Stokes. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Brown. Thank you once again for your work. Whew. All right, now, now with H.
Resolution 84.
Oh, right, okay. Resolution, thank you. Resolution 84, 2021. Fiscal year 2022, third budget amendment for the 5-year capital plan to reflect the additional funding and appropriation for the Memorial Park Pavilion renovation capital project. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
I have a
Aye.
question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, does the school board participate in that usage of that pavilion? Not at all.
City soccer and things like that. Yeah, okay. Okay, so did we have a vote all in favor?
Aye.
5-0 passes. Okay, thank you very much. Now we're gonna slow down another minute. Unfortunately. The next one is new business I, and we have the city attorney approaching the dais. And we have a lot of comment cards on this one. Not surprising.
Yes, Madam Mayor. This is the settlement agreement with Dash Real Estate USA Limited Corporation. This is for the project that's commonly known as DOCA at 2209 7th Avenue North. As you may recall, back in January of 2021, this development went before planning and zoning. Planning and zoning approved it with conditions. There were affected parties at the hearing. They appealed it through our administrative appeal process to the city commission, and we heard this on 2 occasions. As you may recall, the first hearing, there was possible resolution between the affected parties and DOCA. Came back and that wasn't, they met an impasse. And so on May 25th, you guys remanded to planning and zoning for a rehearing based on a due process concern. Before it went back to planning and zoning for rehearing, DOCA filed 2 lawsuits. The first lawsuit dealt with a 180-day limitation in Florida statute for development approvals. And the second lawsuit was a petition writ of certiorari, which is essentially an appeal of the city commission's decision to remand it. So as of today's date, nobody has intervened in those lawsuits. We've had our closed sessions. Initially, I reached out to the affected parties attorney, Al Malafato, to see if we could enter a 3-party resolution with DOCA, the affected parties in the city. That again resulted in an impasse. So as you know, I've been working with DOCA's attorneys and have presented to you now the settlement agreement. What this settlement agreement proposes to do is to add additional conditions of approval to the planning and zoning January approval of the development. It clarifies in Exhibit A what this additional conditions of approval would be. It also clarifies more particulars about the actual use of the property by this property owner. If the settlement agreement is approved, DOCA will dismiss both lawsuits with prejudice, meaning it's over, it's done, within 35 days. The 35 days issue is if anyone decides to challenge the decision to approve the settlement agreement or actually intervenes in those lawsuits. So as you know, if we approve the settlement agreement, it adds additional conditions of approval to that development. If we don't approve the settlement agreement and DOCA is successful in its litigation, their best case scenario is that the planning zoning approval from January is upheld, which has some conditions of approval, not as many as would be for the settlement agreement. The city's best case scenario, it could be a mixed bag. It could be that it remands the decision back to you to rehear the appeal, or potentially remands it and follows your decision to remand it to planning and zoning for a rehearing. So there is a variety of options that could happen in this litigation. Wish we had could see the future and could tell you more, but that's the way it is. So we're presenting the settlement agreement to you. The attorneys for DOCA are here, and as you know, Al Malafato, on behalf of, I'm assuming the affected parties, is also here. There's a lot of issues with this development. You're aware of that. Just want to remind you, it is pending litigation. So I've tried to outline some of the issues. So maybe perhaps if we can keep the comments directly.
And the bumpers?
Correct. Since it is pending litigation. So
The 35 days
the 35 days.
is a law.
It's not a law, it's what, and I agree with DOCA that this is sort of a weird situation, how we're doing this. And there's the potential that someone could still intervene in the lawsuits. There's a chance that someone could challenge what we're doing tonight to approve the settlement. And so we want to leave it open for a period of time. As you may recall, in part of the settlement is if someone does intervene, DOCA says that it will assist the city in responding to that intervention. So it's really to give us time to try to bring this to a complete conclusion, because if DOCA goes in, dismisses it, say if you approve the settlement agreement tonight, they go and dismiss the lawsuits tomorrow, we might need to see new litigation. So let's give us a period of time to see if we can just get it done, complete, and over.
Okay. I just want to make one comment about this. When we made this very difficult decision, our decision was to send it back to planning and zoning. And if that had happened, that would have been the next month. The folks that feel like they hadn't had a chance to speak would have had a chance to speak. And a lot of, not that I don't mind getting paid, but it would have saved a lot of lawyers' fees on everybody's side. So this, I think I was very disappointed when that happened, because I think our decision not to, deny it or approve it, but to just give them one more shot was a reasonable one. And I'm sorry that everyone had to spend so much money on attorneys, including us, to come to this settlement, which may have happened in February of this year. So that's my comment. Commissioner Maliga?
I have a comment right along the same lines as you, Madam Mayor. My frustration is that, and again, this is why I was in favor of what we voted on earlier. Here we are spending money, the city's money, in a lawsuit because we upheld what we thought was right, but the people that we upheld and thought was right for, defend it, didn't get involved with the lawsuit, didn't back us. That's an even bigger disappointment in my world. We stood up for you, but yet we didn't have anyone backing us. So now here we are, and it hopefully a common ground or a settlement, right? And I wish it would have all been avoided at the end of the day. I will say that I've received emails, people saying, don't sign this, don't sign this, don't sign this, this is bad. The only thing that I've taken out of a lot of those emails that I've read, and I won't say by who, is, and I don't know if this is even lawful, is there a way to state if there's any violation of the agreement in the business end that they would lose their business license? Do we have any legality once we give people approvals? Like, I don't understand, I don't believe that there's anything that we can do, but we have a settlement. If they agree to all this and then fast forward 3 months after they're open, they violate 1, 2, 4, and 5. Can we pull their business license? What can we do? Yeah.
It all comes down to code enforcement, because any development approval that y'all approve with conditions, they've got to abide by those conditions, whether it's in a settlement agreement.
But for how long?
Development order, for as long as they exist.
Okay.
So we would have to use code enforcement to address it
No contempt, huh?
That's what I'm asking, because this was a lawsuit, so I didn't know.
I mean, ultimately, with any kind of code enforcement issue, if it's that bad, you can always sue for an injunction to require compliance.
Yeah, I mean, it's a settlement agreement. and if They don't follow, if we or they don't follow it, I don't do that kind of lawsuits, but
I'm sure they'd be
do
quick
file
to
motions
sue
of
us.
contempt on a regular basis.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd be quick to sue us if we didn't uphold our
Right.
part of the settlement. So I just want to know, like, what recourse do we have? If, like I said, if they,
We would have code,
Yes.
but we also could take them to court.
so we could take them to
Yeah,
court for breach of
injunction.
contract or injunction. Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
And I would defer to you on that.
And does that have to go in the settlement, or is that just law and we don't?
It's just law. I mean, we could sue
Okay.
for an injunction for violation of a development order, which is essentially what this is. You could sue for, breach of the settlement agreement. You'd probably get actually more money for your time and effort going through code enforcement and getting fines.
Okay. Again, I'm not an attorney, so thank you for clarifying. Glad you're here.
Clarification from you of what it is. I want to make sure I'm within the boundaries for your injunction or your recommendation there. Is there any opportunity here to get maybe some clarification on some of the terms of the settlement, since we have the attorneys here? Is that
If you
all
want to
kosher?
talk with them about, some of the things that were a go, no go, that's certainly up to you.
But it's clearly spelled out in here.
Right.
We're not gonna change it, right?
I mean,
Well, I don't know whether that would be up to
Right.
primarily to the DOCO lawyers to know if there's any. My wish, if that's allowed, would be let's hear from the public comment. And depending what comes of, or maybe not depending on that, but let's hear from that first.
Well,
And
we
then I
have-
might have one or two small wording things to ask the attorney and see if they would be willing, and we'll go from there.
Six syllables or less.
Okay, Dan Hyatt, we're gonna go to public comment. Dan Hyatt? Is he here? Yeah, there he is. Okay, I don't have my glasses on. so-
Go ahead.
I know
Say
they
it.
are. I fully know that I may be old.
I'm just letting you know where they were.
Jokes, but I'm not that old.
That was it.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, how are you? One thing that I want to make clear is we have, I'm the group representing the Marvin Industrial Park, myself, individual, and the park, which consists of a piece of property twice as large as this 10-acre parcel. And so we feel like that we have done everything that we have to do, with the exception of enjoying the lawsuit. We've spent in excess of $40,000 with these people back and forth, back and forth. And every time they have gotten the upper hand on these issues, they have never negotiated anything or come to us, talked to, I've never had any dealings whatsoever with those principals. And I'm the representative between the city and the Marlin Park of Commerce. The second thing, I just got through going back down to their operation in Pompano, which I'm sure I have pictures on my phone that we could show you when they were out down there in May, when we had all these hearings, and then again in June. And the place is just a giant, disgusting mess. So I took the time when this hearing rolled up and went back down there. And they're just doing business down there as usual. And so I don't know how. There's nothing in this settlement that remedies our concerns. The dust, the dirt, the noise, and everything like that. When you build a 6-foot wall and the building behind there where the operation is coming is 30-some feet high, it's just, it's nothing more than a recycling center, which it happens to be for concrete forms that they reuse again instead of concrete they break up and get rid of. And it's you just can't put lipstick on a pig. It's not. The business operation is the same as the one in Pompano. And I don't, frankly, being a developer for the last 40 years in Lake Worth, I don't see how they're getting away with it in Pompano. So that's our fear of the whole thing. And as an individual, I have 2 buildings. When I developed the Park of Commerce, I built myself and retained, that I have been there for 35 years.
All right, sir, your time is up.
35 years. So the question really becomes, are you going to support the existing people there that potentially are harmed by this? Or or we're just going to take this new company in there that's basically from Europe.
Thank you. George Gavami, how'd you say your name?
Jeremy.
Garamy, sorry.
Good evening, George Jeremy.
You want to wipe the speaker? Okay.
Even more. Yeah, right.
Thank you.
George, this goes against your time.
No, he's good.
We're not that mean.
George Jeremy, representing the Marlin Industrial Park, as well as myself as an owner of property there.
What's your address, sir?
3550 23rd Avenue South.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to request that my email today to the commission would be entered in to the record.
Madam Clerk, do you have an email from Mr.?
I do not.
Now's your time to speak.
Okay, after my request, we've spent about $40,000, as Dan had mentioned, trying to squash this project. We wouldn't have spent that kind of money if we didn't feel there were some adverse effects that would happen because of this. The reason we didn't intervene is because of your vote to remand it back to the planning and zoning board. Commission voted to do that, and if the it doesn't get remanded back, not only will it set a bad precedent, but we will also not get our due process. In addition to that, I don't think there should even be a discussion with the settlement based on that. Other than that, you guys know all the information on this project, and Dan had mentioned the Pompano operation. Whether they own or rent there, their operation should be the same. And if you've ever seen that operation, that's not something we want in the city limits of Lake Worth. A project that creates noise, dust, and bad for the environment should be way out west where all the cement factories are, not in the city limits. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Elise Crum? Thank you.
Okay. Hi there.
Hi.
I live in Inglewood Manor, 402 Elizabeth Road. It's the community that's on the other side of the canal, single family residential community. And I'm going to read this because I get all flustered. I'm here tonight to ask the commissioners to vote against this settlement agreement. DOCA and their lawyers have already shown they are willing to manipulate and outright lie to have their way with the city. From the beginning, they misrepresented the nature of the project to residents of Inglewood Manor. When I asked the representatives of DOCA directly if they were moving their Pompano operation to Lake Worth Beach, the answer was no. This is going to be an administrative location and storage of extra equipment. So we all lost valuable time opposing this project because of their deliberate misrepresentation. I get so nervous.
Okay.
Furthermore, and this is just, there's so many instances of manipulation and lying, and this is just one that just really got my goat. In the hearing, and here, the Neil Schiller, their lawyer, he said that their similar business in Georgia is right next to a 55+ community, and there have been no complaints. And so I look into it, and it's not a 55+ community. It's called Manchester Walk. It's low income housing. Only 13% of the registered voters in that community are 55+. There's nothing in the website on the community that it's 55+. So it's like it made a good story. Oh, 55+ people complain about everything and they don't complain about our business. So I just wonder what else they're lying about.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Crum.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I know this is hard because, if I had $40,000 to join in, I would have, but I already spent that the last time they tried to put in something.
Robert Pouncey? Council?
Yep.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. This is not my first time here either.
All right.
My name is Robert Pouncey. I represent owner of 3677 23rd Avenue South, Unit C-104. The entity is called Breezy Days LLC. I'm also the president of Marlin Commerce Center. Miss Christina Morrison is my property manager. I do have a lot of communication with the people that reside, all 27 units within our 3-building complex directly to the south of the Umdashdoka project site. In addition to those, I'm also on the board with George and Dan Hyatt with the main association that's been fighting this issue as well. I just want to point out that some of the concerns that I have on the settlement agreement, which I've just been brought to me recently because of the lawsuit that they're trying to hush everything down with, is that it looks like their hours of operation when they refer to Exhibit A of the settlement agreement, Section 3 regarding the noise ordinances, it looks like they're citing that they're going to comply with noise ordinances like at night and on Sundays. So I wonder if they plan on working during late hours like they told us they were not going to do earlier. Moving down a little bit further to truck traffic, also in Exhibit A under section number 7 regarding trucks. Previously, they quoted there would be 7 to 9 trucks per day. Well, now it certainly looks like it's going to be a whole lot more trucks, or they're anticipating it. Moving on a little bit further, there's some environmental concerns that still haven't been addressed as far as dust goes. And let me remind you that in our building complex at Marlin Commerce Center, in building B, we have a pharmaceutical manufacturing business in there, which has been federally approved. They can't really have a lot of dust, but I don't see any dust.
Sorry, sir, your time is up.
Be watching any issues like that for environmentally. Outside
Thank you,
storage
thank
is a
you, sir.
big
Your
effect.
2 minutes is up, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Christina Morrison,
I have to talk really fast.
really fast,
Oh, really fast.
really fast.
Don't start her timer yet. She's cleaning the mic.
Cleaning the mic.
Wait till she does her intro.
Don't worry, I do wait.
Thank you.
She's good.
Christina Morrison, commercial real property consultant for Marlin Commerce Center, 3677 23rd Avenue South. Your efforts are really appreciated, but they don't give enough precautions to protect our property and our city. Just a few changes. Adding the outdoor storage provision that no trash, garbage, debris, or waste or other byproducts can be put in the outdoor storage, since we know these areas quickly become unsightly and smelly. We're not even allowed to have outdoor storage at our adjoining properties, so, and we follow the rules of this that the city placed on us, so we would expect them to also. Adding no emissions of any kind can emit from the buildings anywhere on the site. This would include smoke, smell, steam, dirt, everything. Considering that we have a well-established pharmaceutical lab in our property that the city wanted back 9 years ago when we put it in there. So please, let's help protect what we have in our park. Add teeth to the provision so that if they don't follow the rules, they lose their ability to do business in our city. The hours of operation should be shorter on the weekends, not longer, when the adjoining residential properties across the canal want to have quiet enjoyment of their homes. That only makes sense to have less hours on the weekends. I don't know why it's switched. And the walls bordering the property should all be 8 foot high, not 6 foot high adjoining our property and 8 foot high on other properties. It's just not fair. Our city can do so much better than a cement recycling plant on the 10 acres less than a mile from I-95. Please protect our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The last 2 cards are from the attorneys. Who wants to go first? Let's have Mr. Malafetto go first.
For the record, I am triple last, but like this hand is the same. For the record, I'm Al Malafetto, who's on the Walker, representing the Marlin Industrial Park Owners Association. You've already heard from my clients, Mr. Hyatt and Mr. Garamy. Mayor, I think you kind of hit it on the head when you referred to the fact that when the council, the commission, we voted 3-1 to remand this back to planning and zoning. At that time, we set a date, June 23rd. We were prepared to go to hearing on June 23rd. This case might be over by then. We would have had that hearing, but instead, they chose to file suit against the city. Commissioner Lang, I know you're concerned that we weren't involved, but I can assure you that if we tried to intervene, the basis of the lawsuit was the merits of whether or not your remand was correct. And it was a city issue. And, they would have argued, well, you don't have standing to argue that. That's a city's issue, because we weren't on the merits. We never got to the merits because they tried to subvert the process and avoid the remand. So respectfully, I think your decision at that time was eminently correct. And we would urge you not to settle, with these terms. So you should hold out and stand up for your right. You took the vote earlier on the ordinance. This is when you remanded it. That's one of the cases where the Planning and Zoning Board actually made a mistake, a legal error, and you recognized that and you sent it back to them by not granting a continuance. And you really want to note for the record that despite the fact that we didn't intervene, we've made the effort, as the city attorney noted. I contacted Mr. Schiller, and every time we've made a request for them to try to mitigate their impacts, they've said no, no, no. There are a few concessions here, but not very many. They could have spent their time making some adjustments to their project and mitigating.
I'm sorry, sir, your time is up.
So that their neighbors would not be so adversely affected. So I urge you to reject the settlement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schiller.
Sorry, technology.
Everybody cleaning that microphone.
My wife would kill me if I did not do this, so I'm sure she's watching. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Interim City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Neil Schiller. I am counsel for Doka. I work at Government Law Group, which is in Fort Lauderdale. I was originally just going to say we're here for questions. My client is here for questions, but I just want to point out a couple of things. And I'm really sorry to do this. The meeting is running late as is. But of all of the public comment for the other side, only one person raised substantive issues with the settlement agreement. We have a significant settlement agreement that we worked with your staff for multiple weeks. I know you have seen it twice as far as a sunshine meeting. And these are things that A, memorialize our business operations, B, memorialize what's going on the property, C, become conditions of approval. So if any of these are violated, code enforcement can come out, or it's a violation of the settlement agreement. It's a contract violation where you can sue us for specific performance. So from that perspective, this is substantially better than conditions of approval. But more importantly, it was just said that we never reached out to the other side. Well, the fact of the matter is we did. We reached out to them a multitude of times. But the fact is, we didn't feel like they were negotiating in good faith. We didn't feel like we were ever going to get to any sort of agreement that we could live with. Not just them, we needed to live with it too. That being said, as far as due process and the ability to be heard, and they want another ability to be heard, we've talked about this ad nauseum. This was on the agenda. Anybody, you saw how many people from the public came, anybody could have come and spoken about this. They could have done that during the appeal as well. You allowed for public comment. I think due process has been afforded. I think this is an excellent settlement agreement. This is not something that we're jumping up and down with. This is a true.
I'm sorry, sir, your time is up.
This is a true compromise, and we'd ask that you approve this tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question. I have one question and two comments. the one is it's sort of backwards, the noise ordinance. What are the actual hours that they can operate during the day? It's the way this ordinance is written.
Right, right.
It makes me confused.
They only listed the nighttime noise.
Right, I mean, what time are they supposed to stop operations? I guess would be my question.
Make sure I have it right in front of me. So, they can operate from 8 AM to 11 PM within the noise frequencies.
Noise level.
They can operate normally during those hours.
Okay.
The noise ordinance comes into effect from 11 PM to 8 AM. So after 11, before 8 AM is when the noise ordinance would impact them, and that they have to be below those frequencies.
So from 8 in the morning until 11 o'clock at night,
Right.
they can make as much noise as they want?
Well, there's still, there's two.
There's two levels.
Levels under the ordinance, and there's the decibel levels where you can go out and do the decibel readings. And then there's unreasonable, I forget the actual term that we.
150 feet from the
Right.
edge of the.
During the day?
During the
But
day,
no, during the day or at night.
right,
Right.
at all times.
Okay.
So these hours are based on what's in the noise ordinance. So from 8 AM to 11 PM, Sunday through Thursday, and then obviously on Friday and Saturday night, those hours are a little
8 to midnight?
extended, yeah.
Which I find odd, but
So what are their hours of operation? That doesn't,
Yeah,
that's what I want to ask. Mr.
Mr. Schiller.
Schiller.
Yes.
If you can come up for just a second.
I know we asked this before. I wrote it down.
Yeah, and this is the one troubling thing I have. What is your client's anticipated hours of operation?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna bring up the general counsel who speak directly for
Okay.
DOCA. Come on, Mike. Oh, sorry. Trustee.
We're gonna have the cleanest microphone. probably.
I know, really. Doing a work. Michael Barisi, general counsel for.
How do you spell your last name?
Barisi.
Yeah, go ahead. Now that you've cleaned
There we
in.
go. I can do it now. General counsel for Umdashi Doga. So
How
our
do you spell your last name?
Barisi, sorry, Barrese.
Okay, that's for the clicks. Yeah.
So our normal hours of operation for the ER, right? This is what we're talking about, the outside stuff, is 7:30 to 4:30. There are on occasion, we will have a truck that comes late that will need to unload, maybe 5 o'clock, 5:30. Our yard operators are early, so they're out of there by 4:30. There may be 1 or 2 that are loading a truck, like our truck, to go out early the next morning, and earlier than 6. So we're, most of our operations, 7:30 to 4:30.
Okay.
With the occasional truck, 5 if it's an interstate guy that's coming a long hauler, we like to help them.
But no later than 6, really. Is there any way?
I'm sorry, what about on the weekends?
On the weekends, typically, maybe it's Saturday, 8 to 12. We don't really do Sunday work. We really only work in daylight hours anyway. And then the morning, as far as anything we do, we typically have like our safety meeting, 7 o'clock, but that's the guys standing.
But
We're not
the
actually
machines will start rolling it.
7:38, but that's also with the noise ordinance and it's in the settlement agreement. We're gonna test everything.
Okay.
So if
I'm gonna-
anything goes over, we don't do it, right? We stop and we adjust our operation to make sure that we are below those thresholds at all times.
I'm gonna make a bold request. With your lawyer here, I feel I can do that. Would you agree? And I know that we've worked hard on the settlement agreement and, you walk away with the settlement, nobody's really happy and all that. Would you be willing? Because I mean, there are real concerns with the folks across the canal and that sort of thing. I mean, you are potentially impacting their quality of life. Would you agree to limit your hours of operation to 6 o'clock in the evening?
You mean like the yard?
I mean, all the administrative stuff, the office stuff, is fine, right? Now I'm talking about the outside stuff that's gonna make noise. Would you agree to stop it at 6 o'clock?
I don't know if I could say 6. I mean, if you give it 7 seems would be the max. I don't know as far as what if the truck comes at 6:15. Am I gonna be land-based it once, every 4 or 5 months?
there's a truck, a long hauler guy that gets there.
Well, 7 is better than 11.
7, yeah, I mean, it's daylight hours.
But hey,
7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, we got that, like, we're unloading, we're trying to be quick.
well, because we just started with 4:30, then you went to 5:30, then you bumped yourself to 6, and now you're at 7.
4:30 is our total yard, so there's, a number of men that are working, women that are working in the yard all day, loading, unloading trucks, right? Then there's a small crew that may stay behind if there's one of those long haul trucks once a week. It doesn't happen a lot, but if there's a long haul truck doing a delivery, they'll stay until, say, 5:30 to get that long haul truck. And then we have our own truck that will sometimes need to be loaded after that if the driver comes back from a site. So that's where it gets to 6. And now if I'm saying I can't load or unload at 6, I get into, if I'm unloading it, if he gets back at 5:45 and it takes a half hour to unload, that's where I want that, just that little buffer. So 7 o'clock would be, we won't do anything after that.
That's 6:30.
6:30. I'll take 6:30. 6:30 is fine. 6:30 is perfect.
And you just have to tell your drivers, listen, 6:30 is our cutoff.
You're out.
If you're not here,
Go home. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
6, that's fine. I'm more cognizant of, well, if they're unloading at 6:05.
No, you're right.
That's
But,
that like little thing where I know there's, it's a little.
all right.
So that'll get written in.
That'll be, city attorney is busily taking notes.
and then I have a question.
I have 2.
I'm sorry.
That's the outdoor operation. Yeah, there's no real people.
Right. Okay, Commissioner Maliga has a question?
So why are we doing an 8-foot wall in one section and 2 feet, 6 feet on the other? It's 2 feet.
Sure.
Literally, it's,
I wondered that myself. I really
So
thought
the
we,
initial plan had a 6-foot wall along the canal.
Yeah.
And then it was chain link fence around the rest. I think the 6-foot
You don't
wall
have-
should
you can't
extend
have-
it goes down the canal and around just that back part, and then the rest was.
well, the southern end is 6 feet, because there's, right, that's, the western side is, again, and I've been, we're all familiar with this area. And that was, I had the question too. I'm glad you brought it up. If that can, if the western wall can go to
8 feet.
8 feet.
An 8-foot.
I think we ought to ask somebody who's on the western side, do you have a preference between 6 and 8? If they don't,
Well, they're getting 8 feet.
no, on the west.
The western,
Side is.
Yeah.
it says install an 8-foot
8
wall.
would be better than
along-
6 on your
Okay.
side. Yeah,
8 foot around.
and you're gonna landscape it.
And aesthetically, it's
It's
just,
6 on the western right now.
yes, it's gonna,
And we're changing it to 8.
yes, so I would be happy with 8, and I'm not trying to,
I mean,
literally,
these are-
also aesthetically,
It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, these are gonna, we don't want a big impact on the neighborhood across the street, and these are little things that we can help.
We're here to settle.
Could
That's
Okay.
I say something about that, just really quick?
Really quickly,
The biggest
Come on up.
impact would be more trees, like if there
where
was,
there's gonna be landscaping.
if that is what it screens those apartments, you can't even see the apartment.
Right, and landscaping to the city code is part of that agreement, so it's 8 feet plus the landscaping. Okay,
And there's 20-foot easement.
setback,
So
right.
there's the
So you're
canal,
not
there's
right on the-
20-foot easement.
right.
there's
It's not gonna sit right on the
landscaping,
edge of the
yeah,
canal,
it's-
because
it's
there's,
It's a lot, yeah.
so you'll be planting a lot of trees, okay. Thank you, I have to say, were you gonna say something, Commissioner?
No, go.
no, I'm done.
I am, but go ahead.
Why don't you go ahead?
Well, why don't you finish on the wall part? Because
I'm done with the wall part.
oh,
We
okay,
have 8 feet.
okay, cool. 2B,
Or not to be.
Now, there's a question.
Sorry.
Leslie.
what was the other one, data harassment?
Just data harassment.
You're loading me
Harassment
up
data.
tonight.
Okay, 2B, doors on the one-story warehouse will be kept closed. Yes, that's good for dust and noise and all that stuff, except as necessary for business operations to address potential, and then will be kept closed to address potential noise, except as necessary for business operations. Could we clarify the except as business operations? I certainly understand if you need to move equipment in and out, you obviously have to open the door, and nobody has a problem with that. The question is, since you've heard very clearly, people are concerned about noise and dust. So when, and our understanding, I think, is that all the operations of breaking the concrete off and cleaning these forms will happen inside that building. Cool. And you've done concrete walls and insulation, all those things, cool. But if you keep the doors wide open, not so cool. So the question is, can you agree a little bit more specifically that for operations, the normal cleaning operations, that will happen with the doors closed? Is that okay with you?
There's more than just cleaning that happens at buildings, so I can't commit to, one or two or three. I mean, the litany of things that may be listed would get, the things that they do in that building, they clean, they assemble, they organize it. There's a number of, it goes on and on the list of tasks they do. It'll be cumbersome to try to figure out what that list is and portray that in the future. I mean, business needs, if it doesn't need to be open, it will be closed. And I think that reflects our commitment that if it doesn't need to be open, it will be closed. If we have a need to have it open, we'll open it until that need expires and then it gets closed. And I think that most fairly to both of us reflects what'll happen, so that, again, it's kind of like the time thing, right? There's going to be a technical piece where maybe, I'm not the operations guy, so maybe I list 17 things and there's an 18th thing I forgot. Now I can't do it. And
No, I hear you on that.
Right, the business need piece.
But when it says, except as business operation needs.
Well,
Well, we're talking about
define that?
enforcement, and we show up and say, hey, you've had the door open all day long for the last 2 weeks. And you say, yeah, but it says right here, as business operations need. Now we go, as the city, we go home and we provide no protection. So what we're looking for is something either more quantitative of you're gonna keep it closed 90% of the time or 80% of the time, or operations or something. Because what we're looking for, I think you're hearing clearly, is noise and dust.
Yeah, and I mean.
And it doesn't work with the windows or the doors open.
Respectfully on the dust thing, it's not a genuine.
Well, let's hope so.
misconception.
Let's hope so.
But I'll let that aside. The noise thing is a concern, and for our purposes, yeah, if you came and said, it's been open for 2 weeks, and we said it's a business need, you wouldn't leave right then and there. You would say, what was the business need? And we'd have to explain it, right? So
It'd be difficult but it would be difficult to enforce. We understand that.
But I mean, there's a given, couldn't find it in a way.
I don't know how they could.
Happy other than saying, look.
But it will all still be, it'll all still be subject to the noise ordinance of 150.
Of course,
Way.
yeah, and if there's so much noise
Right.
that the neighbors are, saying we tested it's above, oh, of course, and yeah, it's subject to that. So as far as open close, the noise ordinance still is your backdrop, which really is more likely, it's a great point, that's more likely the enforcement mechanism, because if there's no noise, and if.
Right. Doesn't matter if it's open or not, right?
So again, I think.
What's the height of the doors?
The height of the doors, I think they're generally 20 by 25 feet, most of them.
20 by
I'm just
20.
not sure which is the width and which is the height.
So 20 to 25.
Commissioner Robinson, did you have a?
Given that we have an 8-foot wall door that is in what proximity to the doors on the west side, which is.
I mean,
We have the
so,
plan.
yeah, I mean, you're talking, on the canal side, you've got the building, then the wall, the canal.
Right.
Then across the canal, you're 400.
I think he's
On the
asking-
other side,
So half of
you're
that-
Talking 300 feet.
He's asking
plus.
between the building and the wall.
And so
And
half of
on
that,
The other side, it's probably 300 feet, 200 feet, and you have all of our equipment in there too. So it's not like,
so
it's not
half
like
of
it's
that,
just an empty field, right? It's building, equipment, wall, landscaping wall, right?
so half of that wall opening is already covered by an 8-foot wall. So the only thing I'm gonna say, I'm not even gonna say, other than on the inside, the noise side of the wall, is there any acoustic design that can be incorporated into all that concrete that's surrounding your, the reverberation of any noise inside against a concrete wall is almost going to magnify noise. Can you use any sort of acoustic material or design to
Being looked into as part of the thing, as well as insulated doors to further suppress
Good.
noise. as well, yeah.
We want you to be good neighbors. We want you to prove all the other folks.
We do. We want to prove everybody
they were-
you're wrong. And, yeah. Not you guys.
Well, I was gonna, just for two, on the settlement exhibit A, 2C, you have DOCA will evaluate additional options for noise insulation, including but not limited to sound insulating the walls and insulating the roll-up doors. So it's part of our agreement,
Yeah.
but it says that you will evaluate additional, not that you will provide. So there's the operative.
We want to know what your evaluation is.
Yes, evaluation is one thing, but providing those things is better.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a condition of the approval. I mean, that's a condition of the settlement. So
right.
if we say, what was your evaluation? They need to provide what they evaluated.
Exactly.
Right?
So we'll leave William make that decision
What decision?
on the acoustic design of the addressing the attempt.
Well, no, I think it would come to us if there was a problem.
Well, let's keep it simple, and if William can make that decision, then it's, over and done with. Okay with it?
Yep.
I'll converse with Christie on what my role will be in that. It's a building permit issue.
Right. Okay, Commissioner McVoy,
I just want to make sure and I suspect you've read it, but our noise ordinance says noise that is plainly audible 150 feet from the real property line of the sound of noise shall be deemed a violation.
right.
Plainly audible. So
We've read the ordinance, we put it in on purpose.
I just looked up what 150 feet is. It's basically the other side of the canal. So somebody could come off anywhere on the right of way on the right side and say, I can hear this,
Mhm.
and you're okay with that. I suggest
They
you
have
could
two
endorse
lawyers
it.
standing here. They're-
We will test. When we build, when we come, we will test everything, and it's in there that you can request the results of our testing.
Yeah.
Okay, we've committed both before and now, we're gonna follow the noise ordinance. In a year, 2 years, when we're operating, you're gonna look at this and say, I can't believe we spent this much time on it.
I'm glad to hear that. And my only,
I hope that you're
I
right.
assure you that will be the case.
That would be lovely if that was the case. No noise, no dust. I think we're happy campers.
Are we ready to vote?
I believe we are. Do I have with the amendment? Yep, thank you. With the amendments, Christie?
Yes, Madam Mayor, one thing I would ask is there's 3 amendments that I heard.
Mhm.
I might need to converse with them further, in terms of
The language, the devil's in the
final
detail.
language that we sign off on.
Uh-huh.
Is it subject to me and William approving it consistent with the discussion tonight, or do you want me to bring it back for your?
What's your pleasure? Do you want to bring it back or?
I would,
I'm
Honest-
actually asking.
I trust the mayor to read it and you guys to do it, and
You have your notes, the city clerk has her notes.
Yes, we have the video and audio.
Fairly straightforward, we have the 8 foot from 6 foot.
Right.
There's 3 things, 8 from 6, the hours of operation
The hours of operation,
and,
doors.
the last,
The acoustic.
the acoustics.
well, that's in there
Asking
already.
for asking for and getting the results.
Okay.
Yes, the
Yeah,
evaluation.
those are pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's gonna be.
Yeah, I don't think I don't need to see it as long as the Madam Attorney.
Yeah.
Okay,
And William has some expertise.
Yeah, of course.
all right, okay. Motion 12. Okay, so we're gonna motion to approve with the 3 amendments that we discussed. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
By Vice Mayor Robinson. Do I have a second?
Second.
By Commissioner Stokes. All in favor?
I
Motion passes unanimously, I
I
think.
didn't vote.
Oh,
I'm gonna be an A.
okay, so 4-1. It passes.
all that yakking and you still voted nay. I just don't understand you sometimes.
And I do both sides, I think, at fault here, in a lot of ways. This could have been avoided, but that's water under the bridge. All right,
Make a generous donation to our
we need a lot of,
whatever. Or whatever.
and I don't want to have to hear from your neighbors that it's a problem.
Yes.
We don't have.
We are friendly when we're up here, but if we have to come down there and
There's a mess.
Thank you all very, thank you.
Thank you, good night. Yeah, I really hope.
gumption.
Thank you very much. Good night. Okay, we are really, okay, The discussion, next is new business J, which is discussion regarding advisory boards, and new business K, which is discussion regarding property attorneys. I know that we voted.
We switch them?
Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say, we can discuss until the end of time, advisory boards. But I think that the discussion regarding 821 South Dixie Highway, do I vote?
I'm perfectly fine with switching the order.
Are you okay with switching the order?
Discussing both of them tonight.
What?
We're discussing both of them tonight.
That's on their additions to, yeah. Well, I was just, the discussion on the agenda, on the advisory boards is kind of open-ended. The one for 821 South Dixie is probably a little bit shorter. That's, and they've been sitting here and it's 9:30 and I just.
Should've came at 8 o'clock. Thank you. I didn't know.
Oh, yeah,
there.
Otherwise I wouldn't,
Okay.
otherwise I wouldn't care. And I guess I don't take copy. Here you go. That's all right, I know where it is.
Is this provided, is back up on the website for anyone listening, please? Hello?
And did this go up yet? Matt?
Okay.
Got it.
We just, did it. Okay, so what this is, and we're gonna start with new business K now. We're gonna exchange the items. There's a piece of property, William, do you want to give the little presentation? Thank you.
I'm buying stock in those wipes.
Really.
Harassed.
Last year, sustainability director. What I provided for you, and thank you for the GIS, Christopher McMillan. I talked to him this morning, and I'm sorry I didn't get to you sooner. I was away on vacation and just got back today, is a demarcation of the major parcel that is in question. There are 4 other parcels involved to the west. They do have 2 different zonings, and I did put together a little pro forma that would explain what could happen under a couple of different scenarios. That will be somewhat of the basis for the negotiations when we'll work with the city attorney. But our goal would be to obtain 2 acres minimum for a planned development project, which could facilitate as many as 115 units an acre through our various incentives and programs. And if you put that together, you can get 230 units. And I know the goal is to provide as many affordable housing units as possible. The property that is owned by Buyer's Choice is a little over 1.5 acres. So it doesn't meet the threshold for the larger incentive package, but it would meet the package where we can increase things by 25%. But it does, I think we have a very good chance of getting at least 1, if not 2 other parcels to add to the Buyer's Choice property, and we could meet the 2 acre minimum.
Okay, and just for the public out there, it'd be 821 South Dixie Highway for many, many years has been a used car lot, which is a use which is now we're trying to discourage on Dixie Highway. It's on the bus line. We have a commitment, this commission does have a commitment to facilitate as much affordable housing, whether it's rental or purchase or a combination of the both, to help provide it. This is the largest parcel on South Dixie Highway that would be large enough to consider for some kind of an affordable housing project. And what this is just, it's tonight, it's to enter into discussions with the owner, with our city attorney, negotiating and to purchase this property. Our funds are available for this. And then we would have to work out later how the city would get paid back, with whoever comes to develop it. But it's an opportunity that I think is important. And I brought this to the CRA before I brought it to the commission. I did bring it to the commission at the agenda meeting on last Wednesday. The CRA was all for it. It's in their district. It just seems like an opportunity for the city to acquire a large piece of property on exactly sort of where we need affordable housing. So I see Commissioner Robinson, the Vice Mayor Robinson's light on.
Madam Mayor, if I may just
Sure.
for 1 second. When we talked at the pre-agenda meeting, you mentioned that he was a client.
Yeah, I can, I'm going to say his first name because I can never pronounce his last name. As long as I've known him, Spiro is the owner of Buyer's Choice. He and his brother, I think.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Over the years, I have represented Spiro on code enforcement issues for the city. I have not done that for over a year. He's got no issues with the code enforcement. I explained to him today that my time as his attorney is over for anything dealing with the city because of where I am now. He understands that. I have no certainly no financial gain by this. It's just when I saw this, it just seemed like a good opportunity for the city to get it. So, I mean, I have been his lawyer. I am, we're over 20 years. We've gone through a lot of code enforcement trials and tribulations over the years over this property. And I just think it would be a smart thing for the city to get it.
So through the Palm Beach County Code of Ethics, it's a 24-month duration that he can't be your client
Okay.
in less than $10,000 during the 24-month period. So.
Oh, it's less than $10,000, I can assure you.
So if it's more than 24 months and it was less than $10,000.
I'll have to check when the last time we actually, went to the city with anything.
I think it's longer than.
I think it's been a while. It's 427 South H Street is what we dealt with.
So in a few words, Lake Worth has been a little bit better to me for the last 25 years that I've been paying property taxes in Lake Worth here.
Yeah.
For multiple properties.
Yeah, he owns
I own.
other properties. So,
To the best of your memory, it was.
yeah, I mean, the last time we had even any discussions, if I recall, is 427 South H, 425 South H was resolved without even me being a part of it.
Yeah, it's pre-COVID.
It's pre-COVID, yeah.
Yeah, so it's
Right.
been a while.
And I wasn't involved with that agreement that you had with Mr. Bornstein about the use and all that. So that was not even a part of what I did.
Okay.
Currently, he's got an issue. I introduced him to Aaron tonight to work that out. I explained to Spiro that I can't help him.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I'm just
And
making sure because.
no, I don't, listen, that's the last thing we need. And if
There's
it's
a
right.
prohibition on even you're discussing the issue. So as long as it's been more than 24 months, you're fine.
It has.
Okay.
It has. I had no issue with Lake Worth.
Okay. I just want to be.
No, I agree. I didn't realize there was a time frame, but yeah. So.
Something else to be aware of on this property, it's actually a block and a half where we had planned for this third tier of the East Coast Link, which is the anticipated passenger rail on the FEC tracks. And most of the property is already zoned transit-oriented development, which allows our most intensive when it comes to housing units. And so that's another step that I think supports, and I spoke to the mayor privately on this project, what an opportunity this is, because we do hope at some point, especially with the money that came down yesterday, that maybe the East Coast Link has a chance of being started sooner rather than later. So it's a really good opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Starr, I don't know what I'm doing, Maliga.
So you said you took it to the CRA. Do they have any financing to put into it? Any skin in the game?
I'm sure we didn't discuss specifics because it was really just getting this thing. I think that would be something that we discussed that I don't remember exactly the words, but that would be something, let's get a hold of it and we can always work out the finances later. They don't have any money right now. Okay, that's what she said, but they're planning on getting money from the
recouping L&M.
No.
Deco Green.
Deco Green. They're William, you can speak to that.
Well, they're expecting to get paid when it goes forward, Deco Green reimbursed for their land purchase on Deco Green. Keep in mind too, that we have 2 projects that have already been approved that will be paid into the transfer development right program. And then we have 5 that are on the list. They're in different stages, but there will be a significant additional funds in your sustainable bonus incentive program in the next 6 months to a year.
Okay. I want to make sure that this isn't the CRA district.
Oh, yeah, no.
That we are not just looking at ARPA funds, and I'm all about.
No, I agree.
But I want to make sure that we're looking at all the financials on it. I did bring this up at our meeting on Wednesday, that when this does come for a vote, I think for perception purposes, not any other purpose, that I would like to have the mayor recused from voting, just so it doesn't appear from the outside looking in.
Understood, but here's what, and correct me if I'm wrong, Christie, you cannot recuse yourself unless you have certain.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Well, and technically, under the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics rules, she can't even participate in the discussion. So if there's the appearance of a conflict or an actual conflict, you would be out of the entire discussion and can't even vote. So the threshold, obviously, is, you cannot be misusing your office to benefit someone. They've set a threshold of 24 months as the duration of when they're no longer your client. Anything in excess of $10,000. There's a more recent representation. So they've set those parameters on it. She's outside those parameters. And as long as she's not misusing her office to do a favor for someone, which presumably is for the best interest of the city, she can absolutely sit there and have the discussion and do a vote on it.
Okay.
No, and I understand what you're saying. Well, let's cross that bridge, but there is, I mean, there are things, there are reasons, there's also the case though where you cannot recuse yourself. It's not a way to get out of it
If
just
you
for
know there's
optics.
no conflict under the ethics rules, you should stay in the matter and vote. Now, if you're not sure, and if I was a little iffy on
Right.
this, I would say then yes, do not have the
Absolutely.
discussion and do not. vote.
And what I'm gonna do is check my records and see the date. The last time we actually had something that I haven't appeared to the city for, I'm sure that long, but I will absolutely check.
And I'll forward a recent opinion.
Cool.
So you.
I'm pretty sure that that's been.
Me too, but I don't want, the last thing we need to have anything.
You
glitch, just
understand, right?
Most definitely.
Yeah, I'm not, I mean, I'm just trying to protect everybody involved.
That's fine. Vice Mayor?
So that's the end of that discussion, I hope,
Oh,
for a long time.
Mark your calendar.
Well, the fact is, you are not
I'm gonna check my records.
finished business there.
Right.
There's two houses to the west of this property. Are we interested in that?
One of them is actually owned by Buyer's Choice. If you look at the little map, you'll see there's a little property that's sort of lost the back of itself. It's sort of maybe
Yeah.
2/3 of it. That is a privately homestead exempted property. That is one that I feel that it would be incumbent upon us to try to purchase that, because
Yes.
this other part of it wrap around it. The other parcel is a triangular piece that is west of H, that's right along railroad tracks. That was recently purchased in January of 2021 for, I think, $150,000. But it's a really good opportunity to get the project over 2 acres and allow for some public benefit areas. It's very difficult to develop that piece, but it'd be great to have some parkland there, additional landscaping, possibly a transition to a train station later, as it comes about.
Oh, I see that.
So I'm talking about the two houses here.
He owns one of them.
Okay, so.
It's the one on the smaller parcel that's privately owned, that that the Buyer's Choice properties wrap around.
The other interest is, I don't know how extensive your holdings are in Lake Worth, but as part of our negotiations, it can be more than price. It can be consideration of your development opportunities in other properties. I don't know whether.
What does that mean?
That means that we can negotiate, not in terms of dollars, but in terms of any opportunities that you want to exercise on your other properties, if that's possible.
I don't know what that
That
means.
would be possible, but,
We don't know what his plans are, or maybe we could encourage him to do other developments that we would have to make adjustments for or negotiate with for it to his benefit and ours. I'm just saying that to work a deal that would.
That's interesting. Thank you.
You
I
understand?
understand what you're saying. Thank you. It's interesting.
Okay.
And I want us to,
We understand.
we're in a mutual benefit
I love win-win scenarios.
conversation here. Good, thank you.
And obviously I won't be part of
And-
the negotiation.
And the other concern I have is home ownership is a wonderful thing, but it's not always so wonderful for people who can't afford it. And the market now is not, is being funded to rentals. And I don't want us to get hung up on home ownership on a property like this. Because it's going to be 230 units, and unless we're going to talk about 230 unit condos, we're not going to have individual home ownership on a development like.
Affordable home ownership is important to the future of our city.
Absolutely, and you can use that
It
term.
It breaks the cycle of no
And
retention.
I
Absolutely,
there are chances here to be.
I just don't want us to get hung up on this property, this type of development with home ownership.
I think that'll come when we
Could it be mixed use?
It could be a variety of things, and I believe that when we get further down the road and put together whatever RFP, RFQ, RF, whatever. on the street, that we're kind of more open to, it could be a mixed project, it could be mixed income, it could be rental and home.
Community center.
It could have a whole variety of
Right.
things.
Okay.
Okay, so,
And the third or fourth item that I'm concerned about is how quickly we're going to move to develop this versus all the other property that the city owns. You know, and are we going to have to spend another $100,000 to talk about this project for another year?
Especially what I saw tonight, I would, you'll be going that long longer.
Well,
don't say that.
You've got very capable people at the podium, sort of through that, let them do his job.
Thank you, sir.
your $10 is, he'll give you the $10.
I got no disrespect by that.
No.
But I notice
We're a little-
all the time when I see it.
We try to keep our
You guys
sense of
find a
humor.
way to make, you know,
Mhm.
you can find a way to drag things on.
Time is money.
Well, Commissioner Robinson, I would think that at a minimum, it would take 6 months from the time we actually own the property before we have some process set up with the CRA and have a decision on a potential developer to move forward through the entitlement process.
Right.
And that entitlement process could take as long as another 6 months. So that's, it's going to be 15
process.
months,
And we can, if
15 to 18 months before we have a project that's probably shovel ready.
And if we're coming towards an agreement, I think we could at least put out some feelers to overlap the purchase.
There would be quite a number of people, I think, interested in parcels this large on Dixie Highway.
The sooner we develop affordable housing on South Dixie, the better.
So
that's it for me.
Thank you. It says discussion. Madam Attorney, what do you think can we vote? Can we not vote? What
I think if you just.
consensus to negotiate?
To move forward, you can start negotiating with them and then maybe bring back some initial, maybe a term sheet at your next meeting, which then we'd like to, probably ratchet that up to an official vote on whether to proceed with an actual contract.
Okay. So do I have 4 commissioners consensus to go forward just in the abundance of caution?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll check on my dates until we actually have a vote. Thank you for your patience, Spiro and Harry. It's late, it's almost 10 o'clock. You've been very patient and we appreciate it. And we appreciate the opportunity to, acquire a piece of property on Dixie Highway. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Christy, you'll be in touch with Spiro?
Yep.
All right, there you got a card. Thank you very much. Good.
Thank you for investing in Lake Road Beach.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we gotta put a condition. They gotta stay through the advisory. board.
Right.
Reduction.
What?
Price reduction.
Price reduction.
Even earlier.
Really? Yeah, it would have been cheaper if we had it at the beginning of the year. Okay, one more thing.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Good night. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have a discussion regarding advisory boards. It's 10 to 10. Do we want to vote? It's
I was
10
going to ask for a vote, please, to extend the meeting until 11 PM.
Until 10 after.
No, I just felt.
Well, all right.
So that you can discuss for whatever without having to stop in 11 minutes or 10 minutes to have a vote to extend.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to extend.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Bye.
but we don't have to go to
No,
11.
no.
Right.
It's not a requirement to go to 11.
Are we voting on things or are we talking?
It's a discussion.
I think the biggest thing that I've heard was, we want to get these vacancies filled. So we all committed months ago to a new process. And like, what do we need to do to cement that and be able to actually open up the public to apply for these open positions and fill them.
Well, it would be an ordinance change for the process. I think what we talked about was going from, my political appointments to the way it used to be, which is everybody, we have, a couple times a year, we have an open thing. The people that have applied come in, we talk to them, they tell us why they want to be there, and private, and we have a public vote.
Yeah, so what does Christie need to know from us or whoever to put that together to bring back for a vote?
So the current process is set out in the ordinance, like the mayor said, so if you want to change that, we can change it back to, I know Commissioner McBoy and the mayor, the process that used to be, you can simply, revive that old ordinance and change it back to that process. Hand in hand with that is the issue of currently board members are, a lot of them are appointed for a set term. And I think what you might want to consider doing is no longer having set term limits and that everybody purely serves at the pleasure of the commission, so that over time, people will finish serving out their set term limits and then everybody will be at the pleasure of the commission. There's obviously pros and cons to that.
I'm a little confused.
So right now, just for example, planning and zoning board, they have a set term, I think it's 3 years.
Right.
Of 3 years. Now, there's language in our code that says everybody serves at the pleasure of the commission, but as we've discussed, there's a property interest involved in a term limit. So to remove the inconsistency under the new process, remove all the term limits. Now, I think that would exempt out the CRA because that's driven by statute. But for our pure advisory boards that are governed by city ordinance, remove the term limits so that everybody purely serves at the pleasure of the commission. What that would then do is over time, the people who are currently serving under a term limit, they'll serve out their term and then it will open up all these positions, and that purely you will be using this new process to appoint everybody to the boards.
Okay, but with no term limits, do you have to bring them up?
Well, that, I think where you're going is, well, if they serve at will, do they serve till their Supreme Court 900 years old or?
They would serve
San
solely at
Diego?
your pleasure. So you could keep them there as long as you want. You could remove them at any time. So under the current process with the timeframes, you have to set forth specific cause to remove them. So in some of the, I believe in our code, we have like a attendance requirement. And after you miss so many, that could be cause to remove them.
Right.
You can set up other grounds for cause to remove them, but it does become a due process issue and we would have to show cause to remove.
So what you're trying to do, so I can wrap my head around it, is get rid of the property interest.
Correct.
Yes.
What if we did 1-year terms? So that there was, otherwise somebody's on it for a few years and all of a sudden we don't like what they're doing and we want to, and then it's become, I can just see the Hazarai that we would bring upon ourselves, the firestorm, right? So if we did 1-year terms, which then had to be either extended another year, unlimited number of terms, but 1 year, so every year would come up, are we going to rehire them or reappoint them or not with no cause? So then at the property interest, we still have it, but it's only for a year. And it sort of takes it a little bit of the pressure off of us. At what point, we're hearing odd things about a member, who's going to bring it up?
I like that.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Malega?
I, for one, am really glad that we're talking about this and probably really glad that it's the end of the night. So I had an appointment for the CRA that, Madam Mayor, thank you for backing. I would like to read, since apparently the rest of the dais did not understand the appointment as it's for the CRA. Established by resolution number 47-89, effective 7/3/89, Florida statute 163.356 3B. Any person may be appointed as commissioner if he or she resides or is engaged in business. Be appointed as by a commissioner if he or she resides or is engaged in business, which means owning a business, practicing a profession, or performing a service for compensation, or serving as an officer or director of a corporation or other business entity so engaged within the area of operation of the agency, being the CRA, which shall be conterminious with that word, with, my eyes are going sideways today, with the area of operation of the county or municipality and is otherwise eligible for such appointment under this part. So with that being said, the rest of my counterparts up here who used the excuse of Shannon Materio not being a resident,
No,
what, let me finish, please.
I'm sorry. I've heard all this before. We've already gotten chewed out by you. Let me know when we're ready to get back to
It's
this.
best not to leave, Kim.
Well, how many times do we have to go through
Okay,
this?
let me step in for just a second.
I'm reading the language.
I've read it. Shall. May doesn't mean we have to approve everything that's possible.
Exactly, that it is
I
perfectly
believe I
okay,
still had the floor, you guys.
but we have heard this
Wait.
before. And there's no requirement that we have to approve with those. We can ourselves, as a body, say, hey, we would prefer to have people who live in the city. It doesn't run afoul of that. It's a preference.
and that wasn't my.
Had expressions from the community of a good deal
You've
of
had expressions of the
dissatisfaction.
community on everything. This is the bottom line. What you guys did was completely untactful. There's no follow through in what you put out is what was good enough for Commissioner Stokes and Commissioner Robinson when it came to my appointment.
That wasn't my reason for voting the way I did.
I would really like to move forward into what we're gonna do in the future
Yeah.
to make sure that we have a good
I
process in
think-
place for filling these appointees.
Okay, I continue with my position that I had last time about material, that it seemed odd that, and we're just gonna say this, then that's gonna be the end of this conversation, that, we pretty much without any questions, approved, it was like an appointment, so it was, I thought it was an unfortunate decision on the commission's.
And we just can't keep changing the game, we have a discussion up here in regards to many things. And then second reading, we change our mind. So what's to say that we're gonna go through this whole new process of choosing a board and Commissioner Stokes doesn't like the person that's coming up, so we're not gonna do this way anymore.
Let's take a deep breath, and I understand.
I didn't get up and walk out.
And I understand everybody's frustration. The CRA is not an advisory board. So tonight, we're really talking about advisory boards.
And the process
And
of appointments. And
Right.
which, let me just reiterate that my vote was based on knowing that we were going to change the process. And that's why I voted the way I did.
Okay, so 1 year terms?
Okay, so we're talking about.
So the-
No, Juan isn't.
I think what we a little bit heard during the discussion of whether to keep appeals from planning and zoning and HRPB with us versus sending it to circuit court. I think some of that discussion was coming out of a feeling that we hear, probably all of us hear from the community, I certainly have, that gee, we had an election, we voted you people in with a clear mandate on certain things to change how planning and zoning and CRA and land use and those kinds of things happened. And we're not seeing any changes. We're seeing the same things. And what we all learned a little bit, unfortunately, is that the appeal process, when it comes to us, is pretty constrained. So what that says to me is two things. One is who serves on the boards is very important because their decision pretty much stands in de facto in most cases. And the other thing that William Waters told us, which is you folks probably need to revisit your LDRs and zoning and all that stuff and make sure that it's in line with what you all think is important. I think both of those are true. And I think that's where Christie was coming from with the property right aspect of a 3-year term constrains us a lot in expressing what the election communicated to the community.
Well, it gives us more flexibility.
So the 1-year term, I guess, puts a 1-year lag on it, up to 1 year lag.
Well, what it does is when you're appointed to a board, your property right lasts for a year,
Right.
after which you can be reappointed or not reappointed. But at that point, then at the end of that year, the process would open up again for people that want to, you'd be open up again.
Reapplying with
You did-
whoever
exactly.
else, and we'd make a decision, or we might reappoint them, or we might not.
Right.
So when are we going to change the process?
Well, we had talked about starting in January.
Will the ordinance be changed by then or?
Well, that's what we're talking about right now, but so the 1-year term is one thing. Any
Quarterly appointments?
quarterly?
Interviews?
Oh, okay.
Or
Or as I mean, another way to look at it would be as as something opened up, as a role, as a position opened up. Rather, I mean, and then if we say every twice a year, 4 times a year, and there's people that have applied and there's an opening, why wait?
Right.
Yeah, and that was the biggest concern that I heard when we had the old process, is we only did those, massive Saturday meeting, we're interviewing a whole lot of people. We only did it once a year, so sometimes things would sit empty. And that, I think, was a valid concern. I always thought
And this way,
you could solve it.
if there's one opening, then we can possibly have it on a commission meeting.
Yeah,
During a commission meeting.
seemed like that was solved.
As the openings come up, I
Yeah.
think,
Have a major one once a year and minors.
well, we'll see, as they come up. Anything else that people want to talk about? The advisory?
well, at a commission meeting, are we going to do an interview process? I didn't understand what you said about.
Well, that if there's one opening, I mean, we could either have a workshop. I mean, we don't know how the openings are going to come. There's going to be a series that are going to start opening up with, I mean, I chose the lady that's on the Historic Preservation Board, and I chose, in the spirit of our changing, to just let her continue there. I didn't actually reappoint her because I wanted to participate in I thought the new process was more fair and more democratic.
And I agree with.
Well,
Okay.
apparently not, but that's.
I just have a question. How are we gonna be more fair and democratic, with all due respect, Mayor? If the words in the language say that they can be a resident, but if one commissioner feels like, I don't care about that, I'm gonna vote no.
But
we need to be more clear.
One vote. I mean, it is still a vote.
But I'm saying there are people who are gonna come forward and going to do, put themselves out there to apply.
Right.
And if 1 or 2 commissioners doesn't like that person or feels that they can pick a reason out of this clause as why not to, I just don't want more residents to start applying for boards and follow the guidelines and read, okay, I qualify, I'm a business owner, whatever. I'm gonna put my application in. And yeah, it doesn't say that I have to, it just says that I could.
But it's a vote.
Well, understand that there are 5 people.
Like it, then it would be a 4-to-1 vote.
Yeah, please understand that there are 5 people going to be choosing an appointment.
And there may be multiple people applying, and you look at.
No,
all
we're
their
not each gonna
applications.
choose an appointment. Now we all have to agree.
Right, we vote. Okay,
Thank
Bobby, all right, we have an opening on the HRPV. Bobby and Sally apply. They come in, we'll figure out whether it's a city commission meeting or a special workshop. And we interview them. We say, why do you want to be in the board? What's your expertise? Why are you here? And then we have a vote of the 2 people or whatever, who do you want to pick?
Yeah. It's that.
Is that?
It'll be on the merits and on whatever all.
Yeah, I mean, is there?
Let's see if it'll be on the merits, because that's what I want to see. Is it really going to be on the merits, or is this just going to be a way for people to stack boards in favor of how they want the
Well,
boards? to
listen, the
look?
way it is now is a way for people to stack board. I mean, right now it's a purely political.
Well, that's from the previous dais. That's not from us.
Right. So what, I don't.
Oh, but we're not political, so good.
No, I'm saying that I'm not, the board that's, the people that are there are people that we put on there 2 or 3 years ago. So I'm just saying that for the people that want to apply.
Right.
It's got to be a fair, it can't just be, I didn't choose that person because they don't see my political view the way I want them to see a political view. Or
Listen, I applied years ago. I'll never forget this. I applied years ago. There were a number of openings. There was code enforcement board, when we had a board. There was, there were about 3 or 4 openings, and it was a night of, I guess it was a special workshop. We're going back to like 1992. I didn't get on the code enforcement board, but there was another board that was opening, which was the civil service board. And I did get kind of as a second thing, I was put on the civil service board.
That's how.
And I applied, I interviewed, I went through the interview process and I had a commissioner and she said, I will never appoint you to anything.
See, that's just,
But that's, but that's one person.
Yeah.
That's one person's thought. I mean,
and let's be mindful that we are not up here on a national platform. This is not about ours versus D's versus independents.
Absolutely not.
Residents.
Right, I don't know why I don't know what's prompting your concern.
My concern is I don't want people to push who they think need to be on this board and see the votes be 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, or it be heavily stacked in favor of certain people's perception of what they want on that board, because that's what we're dealing with now.
Of course, it's going to reflect. We were elected to have certain positions. In fact, this came up at the ethics training recently.
Which I've done, thank you.
What's that?
I've done that, thank you.
Well, it came up at the one that several of us were there, and it said, there was a question. If you were going to vote on something, there's an issue that's been added recently of bias. So let's say that person X, Commissioner X, campaigned on, I'm for 30-story buildings. And now buildings come up. Well, obviously you're biased. You like 30-story buildings. Can you vote on it? And the answer is yes, of course you can, because you were elected to promote 30-story buildings. Our appointments to boards are going to reflect the values that we were elected on. So yeah, they're not random,
The majority of the majority of the commission.
The majority of the vote.
Right, yeah.
The votes will
What
come
else?
out how we do it.
How, I don't know another solution.
I'm not sure.
I personally didn't think that the way it was broken. I thought just because there was a dais here that had been here for a long time, a lot of the board members have been there for a long time. Just because of complacency. There are some people who sat on some boards for 9, 10, 12 years. And I think that was just from the previous dais just being complacent and being like, don't rock the boat. They're doing good, leave them there. Where we had an opportunity to interview and research and talk to people who really had an interest in being on these boards.
Right.
And choosing those appointments from either, from a good place, from a good moral place.
And I would hope that we would always do that. I mean, that's our sworn duty is to.
It is, but I watched us with the educational board and the charter review board. Nobody can make a decision on who to vote for. So we ended up putting everybody on the boards.
Well,
We can't do that in this.
Right, there's a limit on these.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, is there?
Yes, there's a limit. I mean, it's 5 or 7. I mean, it's.
I think
Those were 2 task force.
I'll tell you that
We're not advisory.
Right.
what I saw before, when I participated in this process for a while, before it was changed, was that we would ask people for their first choice of board, their second and third. I don't think we went beyond that. People would apply, we would listen to them, then we would talk among ourselves and say, look, Bobby, I believe it was, they've applied for X, but actually their expertise seems like it fits a whole lot better over here. How about we ask them if they like their second choice? And it looks like Sally would actually be a pretty good choice for board X, and we'll put Bobby on, see if he wants to do board Y. And it was not very contentious.
Right. I wasn't really.
I didn't think that my CRA appointment was going to be a contentious point of a conversation either.
It's because of the process,
We were changing the process.
Back there. I had no particular interest in being on the civil service board, but I knew that if I was if they offered me the appointment, that was a way for me to start getting involved in the city.
Yeah.
It might not be, and I never made it to the what?
We did that for years.
So,
I understand, there's gonna be bias, but right now it's a purely political thing. You're my friend, you help me with my campaign, I'll put you on a board. If you fit these broad criteria. This way, we all have a say in it.
Good.
And people apply. It's a more democratic, it's a much more transparent.
So how much work does Christie have to do to bring back the process we used to do? And do we want to change it in any way? And let's change it and move forward.
Well, I believe strongly in not reinventing the wheel. So what I would do is ask the clerk to pull the old ordinance that we used to have, and I'll take a look at that and see, because I do think there was something about it being biannual or
Right, you might want to change that.
whichever the term is.
Has openings.
And tweak it consistent with this conversation, looking at setting the 1 year term and then we bring that back as soon as we can get all that done.
And as openings occur, they would come up. We wouldn't have to wait. Okay. I did find on the HRP,
Does that mean we're gonna, the possibility of every month, what?
I mean, however they come
I
up.
think what I would do, just my recommendation, is probably set it like
Bottle them up a little bit.
semi-annually, but then say or as needed on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
So if there was someone who's having a quorum issue,
Yeah.
Okay.
needed set an appointment, we could bring it up and do perhaps a special meeting before a regular meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did notice some language with the HRPB, which was a little funny because it says at least 2 members of the board shall be experienced in the areas of real estate, land development, banking, or law.
Right, so HRPB and
Okay.
planning and zoning,
Have
they
specific
have some
things.
specific qualifications for their board members, that they have a good mix of expertise on.
It's confusing though, because it talks about, then it says 1 member shall be from professional discipline described above, but that's also could be real estate, sales, land development, banking. It's not very well written.
It's not, I noted the same thing, the same is true for P and Z. And then the or related fields is very vague, and it's interesting, if you go to the third one, Construction Board of Adjustments and Appeals, which is, it's hard to get people for that one, it's not a booming and shaking, but if you look at that one, it's very precise.
It is.
We need this, and this, and that's what we need, not related fields or whatever. And I think we could revisit, I don't think we should do it at 10 o'clock at night, but we might want to revisit the language on the requirements for P and Z and HRPB.
I think perhaps what we can maybe do through the city manager is have the responsible department that usually works with that board, look at their board compositions and see if there needs to be tweaks to it.
Well, it's probably your radio.
Good.
Yes, it's still doing.
So when, you'll bring that back, when?
Yes.
We're trying, I know you want to get a lot done before you go, but, you're not leaving till March, so we have a little time.
We're gonna plenty of time.
Nothing but time.
But we do have vacancies we want to get.
Yeah.
Madam Mayor, my light's on.
I'm just getting to you, Commissioner.
One of my questions is the Financial Advisory Board,
Mhm.
financial disclosure forms are not required. That's kind of funny to me.
Yeah, I don't
Could we
understand that
change
one
that,
either.
please? I'm like, how could we ask people to be in the financial board, but we don't require their documents?
Seems kind of weird. doesn't it?
It's something we probably need to look at.
And if they need to know that they were. Your default microphone has changed to. Hello? Hello. Okay, I guess we'll just keep going. It seems like the Finance Advisory Board, or like even the bond, I think that we should have people that don't have a lot of bankruptcies. And let's talk, I think the other thing we need to talk about is the C-51 canal. This raised a bit of. We talked last time about sunsetting it. Just pretty quickly, it was pretty much I felt like a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction. I've gotten some feedback from folks about it. I think the requirements to serve not applicable doesn't make much sense. There should be some requirement to serve, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Do we want to continue? It's set to sunset it apparently, but do we want to continue with that advisory board? There are still, I believe, members. There's still a board that exists. We haven't gotten rid of it. So and I don't know when their terms expire, anything like that. So
I think most of them were expired.
it might have been, it's been a while. Right. And I think the reason that we kind of jumped to it was that they haven't met in a really long time. There is an issue coming up now with spillway and the development on the west side. So do we want to keep the C-51 Canal Advisory Committee alive? Is my first question. Commissioner Maliga, have your lights on?
No, that was from before.
Okay.
Is there any advantage to sunsetting it and forming a new board that has a slightly different name or focus? And I'm asking, I don't
Right.
know the answer to that one way or the other.
And that's sort of what I thought was going to happen to the whole, I think Commissioner Malega, didn't you suggest a mass resignation?
We can't, they can't do that. We'd have to ask them, that would have to be up to them, because if you're applying, this is.
No, that's, the mayor had asked that when my vote didn't go through with the CRA, that then everybody would have to resign, but apparently we can't do that because of.
Right. A property interest, which is unfortunate, but
So I had wanted to maybe potentially expand the C51 Canal Advisory, because I know we've like the Rich and Mango Groves have been very interested in our problem with the algae bloom and things like that. So if we're gonna have somebody just dedicated to one part of our land, I think we should be looking at it holistically as not just, this is just about a boat lift. Well, we're gonna be putting a lot more traffic on a canal that's very polluted.
if the bow lift goes through.
Yeah,
right.
so like what are all the things working together? I would love to have somebody on that.
And even aside, let's say the bow lift issue didn't exist, the algae bloom, and this is a terrible problem.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's out of the question to revive it. I don't have the dates in front of me if everybody's things have expired. I kind of think they
I
might have.
saw it not long ago, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
I think there's not that many left. And that are still unexpired, it sounds horrible.
Unexpired?
Unturned. Are you thinking, Commissioner Stokes, of making that a more, I don't know what the right word would be, a aquatic hydrological advisory committee that would include paying attention to our coastline of the Lake Worth Lagoon?
It's not the C-51 canal. We're talking about the C-51 canal, I think.
And Vernon Heights is
part of it.
Is interested. And if they've expired, then we have the opportunity to create a whole new.
In our new way, because it's obviously can wait a month or two.
Don't we know?
So.
Can Melissa answer that?
What?
Madam Mayor, while you were questioning that, I did pull up the C-51 Advisory Committee. It has when they were appointed. It doesn't have that, I believe their terms ended in a specific time.
Yeah.
So,
An AA, oh my God.
Like the term.
So the C-51 was created by resolution in 2016.
Right.
And they didn't get any a time frame. It just appointed them, and that was it.
That's so helpful. That, I mean,
so then.
I'm still showing 5 members
Right.
on there.
right. With
It was
unlimited,
updated in May, though.
like forever.
So can we terminate those appointments?
Could we sunset the committee? It sounds like we need to do that.
And start over again tomorrow?
Yeah. And start it with the new process that we're talking about and the way.
Can we legally do that?
Yes, you didn't give them a term to serve, so. You
Yeah, it could be any time, or it could be a month.
Sunset this board and start a new board.
At our next interview process.
Just to do that.
Yeah, I think so.
I literally am not gonna give my consensus on anything when it comes to this, because I just, again, we can't have the 2 people who were appointed to the CRA step down and start fresh. This has just turned into quite the debacle in my mind. We've got people who we can't ask to step down from planning and zoning and PB and HRPB because they have vested. So now we have to wait until those appointments come up.
Right.
So we're gonna have boards that are still from the old dais.
Right.
We're gonna wipe out the C-51 canal, which a lot of the people who are on that are upset about the fact that it's sunsetting, like you said, and they're like, what did we do and why aren't we getting the opportunity to serve for Spillway Park?
And they certainly.
In Blue Point and Blue Way Trail.
We can bring that back in and everybody can reapply and anybody else.
But yeah, we can't ask the 2 people that were just put on the CRA to step down. and
CRA
reapply.
is governed by state. The
No,
one that
it's
you
not just that. It's even the HRPB or the planning and zoning and.
Yeah, it's different fields.
It's
not comparable.
Yeah,
I mean, would we want to potentially expand the committee? Because, I had asked one of the members, like, They're like, we've done so much research, we know so much about it, like, why would you not want to hear from us? And I was like, well, did you guys come up with a report while you were doing all this research that you could pass along?
Were they on the
It didn't sound like
board or were they
They
just
were on the
in-
board,
Okay.
but it didn't sound like they ever
Right.
produced a document or anything. I don't know what happened, but I think if people that were serving 5 years ago and put their time and energy and effort into thinking about this and everything else, still want to serve and have their input, I think that's fine, but I would love to see, make sure that we also have some other people on there.
It's hard to,
I thought the process was that we were opening it up to
Yeah.
interviews.
And they could
And
reapply.
right. And if they've done the work and they have, you
Then
know,
they should be a
faithfully
good
served, then they
choice.
should be a good choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And is it going to be 7 this time?
I would make it 7, let people, we sunset it and start over.
Good.
Make it real clear to people that we're going to restart the board and everybody can reapply, and we will certainly take into account fully that their previous efforts.
Is there consensus on that?
Yes?
Yes.
Ms. Malig is not going to participate.
I said it's fine, but I would hope that somebody would send them a letter instead of them hearing, and that's.
Oh, no, they need to be-
upset.
We need to.
There needs to
take
be
care
a
of that.
letter from somebody to them saying that this is what the decision was made. Not that grapevine.
Madam Mayor?
Yep.
Could you please ask the city attorney if you can, I don't believe it can just be sunset by you saying to sunset it.
That would have to be an ordinance or a
I believe there
resolution.
would have to be something to actually sunset it, having read how it was established.
It would be a
But I
resolution.
might be incorrect, as I am not a lawyer, nor do I play one.
Absolutely correct.
And,
It's established by resolution, so it would take a resolution to sunset it.
and so, because we might have missed the cutoff date for the next agenda,
So it'll be on the agenda after.
it'll
that.
be 2 weeks, beyond 2 weeks,
You know, as quickly as they can get it on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we get
a resolution doesn't.
Yep. Yes, Commissioner Stokes.
Can we, for good faith for everybody out there too, and for efficiencies, the same meeting where we have a resolution to sunset it, can we also have the resolution for the new board that will be expanded and make sure that it's very clear that we're just trading one out for another and we'll be interviewing people.
Excellent.
Should we give some guidance?
One resolution.
Oh, we could just do one that does both at
Yeah.
the same time?
Can we give some guidance on the requirements to serve disciplines as opposed to NA?
NA works for me for C51.
Especially if we're going to do 7 people. I mean, that's a pretty specific, I mean, there aren't that many water engineers.
And
If you want to quit the commission and join the.
It's more than water engineering.
Sorry,
Be a city resident
city residency. Yeah, I think
Yes.
city residency,
or city resident / business owner?
No,
resident. I would say resident because this is water quality. That's my opinion.
Yep, I would, and I would say some sort of encouragement with, you know,
From the voting.
knowledge, some hydrological knowledge, something, or some
That's pretty specific.
water recreational knowledge.
we encourage,
Where does that qualify?
we
I
encourage.
mean, what does that mean?
Yeah, that'll work.
I think it would be good to, the thing that I like about this process is that we can look at everybody and make sure that we have
Mhm.
different voices there. You're not picking it in a vacuum.
Right.
So we don't need 7 hydrologists or whatever, but we could have somebody.
Put a lawyer on it, you know.
Yeah.
Will do.
Okay, 1.
Okay, so we want to go to 7 on the C51. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we want financial disclosure forms on the Finance Advisory Board. We want appointments, any new appointment to be for a period of 1 year.
I'm
Keep on.
concerned about the interview process being as needed.
Well, we said we would quarterly or as needed.
Okay.
Is that what you say, quarterly? And that should actually.
Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question?
Please do.
On the financial disclosure for the FAB board, would the electric utility advisory board not just be as important?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'll have to check on the ethic requirement. Of
Yeah.
what kind of disclosure have to do.
What authority we have to say?
Yeah, so I'll look at that issue.
They have a whole lot.
I agree, the electric utility board would be a good one.
All board.
Or
The required of planning and zoning and HRP, but nothing involves money.
Doesn't make any sense.
I think sometimes it's driven by whether you have
Advisory or
sovereign
voting.
power. So your
Yeah.
planning and zoning board and your HRP board, those members have sovereign power. They
Right.
can officially approve things on behalf of the city. A truly advisory board, like your finance
Right.
advisory board, they don't have any of their own sovereign power. So a lot of times that dictates whether they have to do the full financial disclosure or not. But we'll look at it and figure out,
So if we're able, we'd like the finance and the electric board to
okay.
have to do that. Anything else?
Does the tree board really need 7 members?
I think it's a good idea.
It won't, it doesn't hurt.
It's hard to fill it, but it's.
got a quorum. Then less would be better. For
I think actually that's a board. There's a lot of people in our town who are very interested in. land.
Are they making quorum?
If what?
They haven't, are they making
So,
quorum and having
I
meetings?
don't remember ever, rarely that we didn't have a quorum.
Yeah, well, more- I mean, while you guys are at it.
What? Go ahead.
The Recreation Advisory Board needs some base requirements based on historically what we've. But it'd be helpful to have some sort of baseline. I know Lauren's not here, but we've talked about this before.
I need to have some sort of standard for.
It's always kind of an uncomfortable conversation, but, you know, parents with kids, maybe previous experience in sports or camp, or something. I mean, we've had retirees with no experience before, and you don't get a lot of input.
Excuse, this is not my night, I gotta tell you.
Again, like I said, it's an uncomfortable conversation, but
I'm not retired, I'm not retired.
we've had issues in the past where we've had appointees appointed, they get unmotivated because they're kind of like out of their subject matter. It's not what they thought. They weren't talking about the pool, they weren't talking about the golf course, you know, so it,
what would be the age limit?
oh, no, I don't know.
Can we say 17, 16?
Well, we have a student advisor.
I know that.
Appointee on that record
Okay.
already. So
So
there's already a seat. for
That,
high school
that
student.
eliminates an age.
Right,
Okay.
yeah, but.
I want to make that.
And we can talk
available
about
to-
that another time, but I know that would have to come up numerous times during the years. And just trying to have. effective-
Commissioner Stokes.
Well, I think for most of these boards, the more diversity and not just typical ways, but like from your experiences, their background, the better, because having a senior on there that might want to be able to speak to the different kinds of recreation that seniors would need, and having a student on there, and having a mother on there, and having a bachelor on there, you know, I think like everything
And a
else. we want-
spinster?
Yeah, we don't want to staff, if we have 7 seniors on there, then it's a senior advisory board. So I think multiple perspectives are good, which is again, another reason that this is such a much better process, I think.
That's, yeah.
And they would
up to
apply
5.
like everybody
To
else.
choose 7 people that would represent the community.
Good.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yep.
I brought up at the conversation last Wednesday about having a business advisory board, especially seeing the things that we have coming from Tallahassee. Can we start working on language and what that looks like?
That's all. I'm,
Is a
we have consensus to do that.
Well, I'm still hopeful. Did you have any meeting for Chamber of Commerce this week?
I spoke with the lady who also is in the Rotary Club about the Chamber of Commerce in Lantana.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm still hopeful that we'll have some sort of a mutual aid society for our business downtown.
But I think that's what the point of the business
The Business
advisory.
Advisory Board will help us.
Well-
ARPA funds could help us with the litigation in Tallahassee.
Reach out to other businesses, a
Correct.
voice for the businesses, and we're
That's really
saying,
what we need as a voice for like you said, for the businesses.
yeah.
Is it just downtown business?
Well, I was just gonna raise that.
I would say the whole city.
Local business.
Yeah.
Local business.
If you're in the 7.3 square miles.
I totally agree. We've talked about it. You're right. Thanks for bringing it up.
It's,
But we can do that. I don't know that we have that, if we're gonna be ready for that in the next 2 weeks. You can always do that a little bit later. I mean, another week later.
Yeah, do we have consensus to start working on forming that?
Do you consensus?
if that wouldn't minimize any interest in having a downtown development group.
But again, it's not for just downtown, it's for someone representing all of the businesses in Lake Worth Beach.
Business development group,
What was that?
a BDA, a business development authority.
Yeah, I mean, we heard from business owners today that were very angry about something, and the Business Advisory Board is an outlet for that.
I guess I would just need more, I would need to I want something, 100%.
Mhm.
We need something. The difference between, is it our own chamber? Is it a BAD, BDA? Is it a whatever? Yeah, like whatever.
BDB.
What is it? What are the different options? And
Right.
We've tried the Downtown Merchant Society. That was an epic fail. We had that 4 years ago. Nobody attended the meetings once the Peters people got involved. We had the chamber. We can't afford to have the chamber anymore because we don't have the financial backing unless we piggyback with
And
Land.
frankly, the National Chamber of Commerce, I don't know if the ethics, morals, focus of the National Chamber of Commerce reflects the values that if you look at the voting that if we became part of the Chamber of Commerce, we would be supporting a lot of things. And I think it behooves us to look at what they do, and I think we would have a conflict.
That certainly is an argument for doing it as a board.
Right.
Somebody who has the best interest of the businesses that,
Yeah.
what affects
Without
that.
any obligation to a national board that's gonna do other things. I see your light is on.
Yeah, and just right before the pandemic, there was the beginning stages of kind of forming a citywide business advisory board. I know Michael met, maybe 2 or 3 times they met. And it encompasses Dixie Highway, Lake and Lucerne as well, so it wasn't just Lake and Lucerne. So there is appetite out there and it has been.
Yeah,
To get
Yeah.
something going.
yeah, thanks for bringing that back up.
Grumbling Growler.
Grumbling
I think she was involved.
Right, sure.
Actually, I think she was the one. who
And there's
was
that's
the spark plug to get it going.
exactly, those people have amazing energy and faith in this city. So I think, yes, absolutely, I think you have consensus, to start talking about maybe what's our next step with that then, to bring in our own little suggestions?
7 or 5?
7,
7,
the more,
I think 7's good,
yeah,
good.
especially if we're talking downtown.
Exactly.
And Dixie.
1-year
Seems
term,
like some sort of purpose of the board is important
Yeah.
as you're trying to get.
that's what I'm
people
saying. Why don't we
involved.
bring
What is it that,
suggestions back? That's what, and let's not do it tonight.
no.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
I'm all with you on that.
So, but yes, so consensus is to start a business advisory board, 7 members, and we've got that so far, 1-year terms, they got that so far. We need a mission statement for it.
And now, do they need to be residents or just business owners?
I think
think
business owners, and now, okay, now what does that mean? So that would mean they have a business license. They don't necessarily have to own the building that they're in, but
Right,
they have to have a business license within the city.
an active, good. business.
Right, yeah. There's no code.
I was a little nervous about this one that said that you practice your profession in the town.
And I guess
Oh, yeah, well, a lawyer, a
we
doctor.
can bring our own criteria to
Right.
the selection process.
And
You
talk
know,
about
I think a business who's been established.
Yeah.
you
I think
know,
it would
for
be-
20 years but not everybody's gonna be 20 years. Maybe we want some young blood in the business.
Yeah, I think that if we have a mission statement and then open it up for applicants, we can,
Yeah.
from that
We'll
pool.
filter
Right.
out.
do all the boards have mission statements?
Well, I'm gonna say a
Purpose.
purpose of the board.
Purpose.
Purpose.
Well, let's,
It's not really a mission
Right, it's not
statement. Some are more
quibble,
extensive
civil.
than others, but some are,
Okay, so we're gonna bring that back. Okay, so we are really, what time is it now?
35.
Yeah.
Okay.
10:34, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So I think the attorney has
some degree of
direction. We're gonna bring back make up what you think the purpose of the board should be. We have Sarah's a downtown business person. I think she would have certainly input in it. We have quite a few business owners downtown, I mean, in the city, not just downtown. So I think we have consensus to go forward. Okay. So then we go on to,
That's it.
well,
The reports.
reports. Is there a city attorney report? Is there a city manager report?
It's funny how at 10:30, reports evaporate quickly.
Emails.
Check your emails, right?
Yeah.
Was
Not funny.
parking authority,
Sorry.
Not funny.
What?
was there a parking authority as part of the downtown or the
We
business?
hadn't really, I mean, it's been talked about at some point. We haven't really discussed whether, how would, any much about it. What authority they would have. I think that's kind of a bigger deal than an advisory board, if I'm not mistaken. Because that would actually be authority to do things, and I don't know if we're ready for that yet.
And it might be good to combine it with a mobility plan. You were talking about parking, right? Or did I
Parking,
miss
right.
here down at the same?
It's a topic.
Okay, well, I think we've bitten off quite a bit tonight. I think
Good.
I think we've sent a lot of, I was gonna say something, oh my God. Give me 5 seconds to remember this.
Housing authority.
Shoot. Oh my God, I was gonna say, and then somebody else wanted to talk, and I forgot.
Motion.
Something, no, stop, I'm gonna be bringing up something
The circus.
to the board about, I'll leave it for the agenda.
Motion.
When's our next agenda meeting, which is pretty soon?
November 24th.
November 24th.
Next Wednesday, Madam Mayor.
Okay, great, all right, I'll bring it up, I'll remember to bring it up to him. So we have a motion to adjourn,
So moved.
second?
Second.
Almost.
All in favor? All right, thank you very much.
Alfonso, can you hear me? Alfonso, if you can hear me, I need you to end the meeting for all. I've lost host position.